The 4-year-old along a fence line, and police taped off the little girl's home around 9 p.m.
The instrumentalities.
Investigators unearthed the truth. 3 years later, the accused Arizona...
No new updates at this point, no searches that we know of, so hopefully someone will see something and call authorities in Tennessee soon.
What's your name?
Xana.
It's just time to move on.
Residents of the community are now being warned to stay vigilant.
Hear anything? Is it a scream? Right now it's 6. The search for Madalena Kojikari gaining extra firepower. And it's not from police. It has now been 67 days since the 11-year-old was last seen.
Cornelius police have said her mother and stepfather are not being forthcoming.
Hey guys.
Hey.
Oh my gosh, thank goodness I can hear you. There's no echo. Whew.
Good.
Y'all, Huntress's computer was giving us trouble and I thought it was me the whole time. Tashi, thank you for gifting the membership. I'm so glad to see all of you here. We both are. We've been waiting to go live, but I'm not going to lie. My head hasn't been right. You can tell my eyes. I've been crying. May got out and we can't find her. So I'm really upset, and I might lose it at one point during this live, but I'm going to try to hold it together and talk to y'all. Right, Huntress? We got this.
Yes.
Okay. So first we're going to talk about NIKKI. Guys, the case is literally too much like Gabby Petito's. It freaks me out. And then we're going to listen to the call with that supposedly Candace's cuz called in on Dolly's last night and gave her theory of what the family thinks. Thank you, Lily Eve. I hope she comes home. Thank you. See you later. I really, y'all, it's got me so sick to my stomach. Hold on. Okay, I think I was trying to shut Blackjack in the bathroom before he ran back out. Whew. Okay, we've got a lot of people in here, y'all. I'm not going to try to say hi individually tonight because, y'all, I'm not going to lie, my nerves are just bad. But I see all of you, and I'm really happy to see all of you. And I just repeated myself, and Becca just got out of the shower. Hunter. Thank you, Hindsight. She'll come home. I've got all my other cats to drive me crazy while we're waiting. Okay. But y'all, May's like a staple in the family. Y'all already know. Your dad died 22 years ago today. Oh, I'm sorry, Grandmammy Annie. I'm so sorry. Hard day, huh? Okay, Huntress, have you read anything about... Did you watch Juju's live earlier?
No, I missed it. I slept until 3 o'clock today.
So you haven't seen anything about this girl, so you'll be learning with us?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yes, they are babies. They're family. Messy Jessie. Hey, Brittany. Okay, we're going to pull this up on stream, and we're going to read about what happened. So it's Tennessee woman goes missing during cross-country road trip with her boyfriend after they were seen getting into a physical fight, which left her with a black eye in an eerie echo of Gabby Petito's disappearance. And this is trigger warning. There's going to be pictures of her with injuries from DV. Okay. Hey, Matt. Hey, Val. I always want to call her Mal because the M-E Val.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, a Tennessee couple is missing after embarking on a cross-country trip several weeks ago in a case that harks back to the 2021 disappearance of travel blogger Gabby Petito. Pat Gaines says, kitties don't usually stay gone long when they get out, probably not too far from home. My daughter's cat would get out and hide under her bushes. I hope so, Pat Gaines. We went outside. We looked for her all day today. She's been missing for 2 days. That's why I wasn't live yesterday. So... Hope she shows back up. Okay. The mom of two, who is Nikki, she's 33 years old. She set out on a nearly 2,000-mile excursion in early May with her boyfriend Tyler Stratton and her pet dog to visit her uncle in Southern California. Yeah, I know, Darzilla, not another Gabby. It's sad, y'all. The pictures will break y'all's heart. The pair left her home a few miles outside of Nashville in Nikki's 2013 Black Jeep Wrangler and were traveling until May 4th. That was a typo, I guess. Until they got into a physical fight in New Mexico. The cops were called and found Nikki with a black eye and Stratton, which was her boyfriend, with a bloody nose, but neither pressed charges on each other. Hey, Justice Jane. Put her little litter box on the porch. Yeah, I also have outside kitties, so I hope she knows where to come back to, y'all. I've heard of that, though, putting the litter box outside. A male family friend drove out to meet Nikki in New Mexico on May 6th, 2 days after she had called her sister Tony crying. So that was right after they got in the physical altercation. But when they were supposed to carry on the trip together, Nikki told the friend that she wanted to go back and find her boyfriend because she had a bad feeling. That's what she told her sister Tony, okay? She claims that the friend was the last person to see Nikki on May 6th. Okay, guys, I'll try that. Oh, yeah, Carrie, that's what I'm hoping. I mean, I'm not hoping that she starves, but I'm hoping she gets hungry enough to come back. Okay, 2 days later, on the morning of Monday, May 8th, Nikki texted her sister to say that she was in Arizona with plans to complete her trip. But 3 weeks on, she's still missing, along with her boyfriend and their pet dog. And the Jeep, guys. The Jeep is missing, too. So this is Nikki, seen with a black eye after May 4th, after the altercation with her boyfriend. That's how bad the black eye looked, guys. And you can see her arm. I know, it's really bad, guys. Trigger warning, okay? You see the bruises on her arm, too?
Mm-hmm.
It gets worse. Okay, so a Torrance County Police report filed on the thingies in my way, the little... Hold on, let me take my little circle thing off so I can read this to y'all. Okay, filed on May 4th, shows a photo of Nikki with her black eye and bruised arm after the pair were booked and later let go without any charges filed, just as Petito and her boyfriend Brian were when stopped by police in Utah after a similar bust-up. A witness told responding officers that they saw Stratton, who, like Laundrie, is wanted for an unrelated offense. He supposedly punched her in the face. So this guy's already wanted. I don't know why they let him go if he was wanted. That makes no sense. Like, if you have a warrant, you're going to be held, right?
Yeah, you're right.
So, speaking to WKRN Sunday, Nikki's sister Tony recalled how she received a frantic call from Nikki later that day. So later on the day that they had the physical altercation, okay? She was crying and upset, detailing the so far failed efforts to track down either her sister or her boyfriend. Ow, Sassy. Sorry. Her eye was already turning black, and you could tell she was beat up pretty bad. The Tennessee native went on to explain how the family friend tried and failed to bring Nikki with him on May 6th when he was rebuffed. Sorry, the little thing that gives you the option to go to the next slide's in the way, so I have to look at my phone. On May 8th, Nikki's 2013 Black Jeep Wrangler was located by a license plate reader near Flagstaff, Arizona. The same day, she had texted her sister to tell her she was in the Grand Canyon State. As officials searched for leads to find Stratton and Nikki, Nikki's sister told the outlet that she is worried that something may have happened between the two. Guys, how scary is that? I can't imagine. And her sister is tore up. No, Tashi, it gets worse than it just is so bad. Yes, he was abusive to her, Justice Jane. Okay, so this is her sister Tony talking. She says, I was scared something happened to them, whether they got into another fight or if they crashed her Jeep somewhere. I talk to her almost every day, so I'm scared something happened to them. She said it's a trip she's done hundreds of times. That's her sister Tony. And she says, speaking to Pixel News Sunday, Nikki's sister Tony recalled how she received a frantic call from Nikki the day cops said she got into a physical fight with her boyfriend days before she was last seen. Okay. Hey, RJ, BH, Hindsight. Danielle. Hey, everyone coming in. I see y'all. Huntress is watching chat too. Nikki's family has designated a friend to speak for the family. Saw her on Pascal. Yes. I think it was Rocket Queen was telling us Pascal did a show on her. Right?
I think that's what she said.
Yes, Pat Gaines is so similar to the Gabby case. It's scary. Hey, Jada. I hope you get some sleep. Okay. So there's her Jeep, guys. It says the pair departed Tennessee in late April in this black Jeep. It's a 2013, which is yet to be located. The car belongs to Nikki and was last located by a license plate reader in Arizona on May 9th. Oh my gosh, hold on, I just saw something.
Hey, Renegade.
Hey, Renegade. So a license plate leader is like on a red light or something, right? And they just like spotted it, didn't have it, they don't have it in possession right now, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. So y'all, the Jeep's still missing, the boyfriend's still missing, the doggy's still missing, and Nikki's still missing after getting beat up really badly by the boyfriend. Scary situation. There's a puppy that was traveling with her. I'm so cute. Yeah, Wrangler Jeep. So this is the map. Let me see if I can make it a little bit bigger for y'all. It says they departed in early May from Chapman County, Tennessee. Then May 4th was the New Mexico fight where they were both booked in and then let go. Neither of them took out charges on each other. Then May 8th, that's 4 days after the fight in New Mexico, that's when Nikki's sister receives the text from Nikki. And then they never got, I'm guessing they never got to the destination, which was going to be in California. What was it, a 2,000 mile, what did it say? Let me go back, 2,000 mile few day trip. Oh, Sassy. I'm going to have to hold her down again, y'all. Okay, let me see if I can. Oh, poop. Let me get this right. Okay. He had traumatic brain injury and a broken hand as well. Only she's the one seen alive in Redding, California 2 days ago. How do you know he had traumatic brain injury and a broken hand at hindsight? Hey, Shady B. Okay, that's her missing poster, y'all. It says Nikki Cunningham. So she goes by Cunningham also. It says she was last seen May 6, 2023 in New Mexico. I'm just going to say New Mexico. With her boyfriend. She was last seen in a black Jeep Wrangler with Tennessee plates and a Mama Tried bumper sticker. Due to history of domestic assault, I'll go ahead and say it, we believe she is in danger. She may be located in New Mexico, Arizona, or California. And then there's the number to call if you have any information on it. The Pascal show, he said that her boyfriend Tyler had traumatic brain injury. Okay. Speaking
allegedly, because we don't know that. I mean, I'm not saying that he's lying, but
right. I don't know how they would know for sure if he weren't in the hospital right now, or you know what I mean?
Yeah.
They should turn up somewhere. Credit card usage, video cam, surely. Well, Pat, there was a sighting. Casper Franley found it. It was just like posted around 10 o'clock a few minutes ago. That we'll pull it up in just a second. Okay. Speaking to the station Sunday, Nikki's sister explained that she and other relatives are frantically searching for their missing relative with help from the Moriarty Police Department. Federal officials have yet to involve themselves in the search, which has so far failed to turn up any leads. Despite the grim parallels with the case of Gabby Petito, who was found not alive after embarking on a trip with her abusive boyfriend Brian Laundrie, Tony is hopeful her sister is still alive. Guys, we have to pray that she is still alive. Hey, BM and Josh. And Gone Girl sent a super chat. Thank you, Gone Girl. You're so sweet. Thank you so much. She sold her phone at Walmart on the 27th. Justin for all read the reports. Yeah, I saw he was just live on this right before me. Who'd she sell her phone to? Hey, Lady Hop, I'm gonna have to go back and watch Pascal's show on this and Justin's. Justin for all. I keep wanting to say Justice for all.
Because it used to be, I think.
Yeah. Okay, trigger warning. Here's the photos. Y'all look. Here, I'm gonna blow it up. Look at how bad those bruises are on her. That makes me sick, y'all. Hey, Deanna. That makes me sad for her, and she looks so sad. Okay, the next one. That's her with her tattoo showing on her chest, and she has makeup on. She was out hanging around town, something like that. That's just showing if she ever is fixed up out somewhere. You know what I mean? Just my camper. I've been listening from the start. Oh, okay, Josh. You think she looks like Gabby a little bit? I think she looks like a sweet, confused girl that was hurt. And it's not fair. If it was Walmart, one of the machines that you could sell them at would make sense, but I don't think they would have a camera taking pictures of who's selling the device. They have a camera on machines. I didn't even know Walmart had machines to sell a phone.
It has, yeah. You can put your phone in there and they buy your phone from you, but it does have cameras on it. Because I've done it. I have a bunch of old ones I've put in there.
Dang, I didn't even know those Walmarts have. I didn't know they had machines like that, but it would make sense they have cameras so that they can watch who's doing what. Like if they sell a stolen phone and that stolen phone found in there, who sold it, you know?
Well, they should be able to get her phone out and track things.
Yeah.
Too, at least.
Oh, that's true. Okay, when the couple was in Torrance County, New Mexico, they had a run-in with the police. Here's a little bit more details on the run-in. Okay, I'm going to hide the comment. Thank you, Gone Girl, though, for the super chat. Okay, a witness saw Stratton.
Your thing for her when you're done reading.
Huh?
So you'll have to play her one of your videos when you're done reading.
Yes, I'll play her video when I get this off screen. I just don't want to pull up two and make it blotchy like it usually does. Yeah, Pat Gaines, look at that eye. He slugged her good, didn't he? Oh, it makes me sick. Okay. A witness saw Stratton punch Nikki in the face, according to a Torrance County Sheriff's Office report from May 4th that was obtained by the U.S. Sun. The responding deputy said in the report that there were red marks on Nikki's face and fingerprint marks on both of her arms. So I guess the cop didn't get to see those bruises form that fast, but that eye would have started swelling and bruising really fast. Nikki also told the deputy that she had bruising on her chest and her back, and we saw the pictures. So those had to start to form fast, especially her eye, you know? Oh my goodness, that's just so sad. Okay. So her boyfriend claimed he was also hit. Allegedly, Nikki struck him in the mouth. The deputy noticed blood coming from his mouth and nose. There was also blood splattered on the passenger side door, which the deputy said came from the boyfriend, and blood on the running board of the car. However, neither one pressed charges on one another. After NIKKI was dropped off in that city, I'm not going to try to pronounce, by police, her sister said she received a call from NIKKI. She was crying.
Dude, he's done that to her. He deserved it.
I know, that's what I was thinking. I was like, shoot fire. Hit him harder, girl. He was crying and upset. Her eye was already turning black, and you could tell she was beat up pretty bad. Shortly after the domestic incident, her sister said a family friend drove to New Mexico and found NIKKI to bring her to California. That morning when they were supposed to leave, she told him that she had to go back and find Tyler because she had a bad feeling, and so he left without her. Her sister thinks that the family friend was the last person to see NIKKI on May 6th, but NIKKI did text her 2 days later saying she was in Arizona and planned to continue the trip to California. So there's that. I'm removing it, Huntress. There's that. And then we will pull up where there was a reported sighting of her. Let me remove this from the stream.
Pat Gaines asked if they've said how long they were together.
I haven't read that, but I can try to read that, whatever. Oh my gosh, I'm not trying to pronounce that one either, RJ. Y'all know me. Y'all would be laughing at me. Okay. I'll try to Google how long they were together, though.
I think the one RJ said is Albuquerque, but I don't know either.
See, I'm so glad I'm not alone. Okay, so it says NIKKI spotted at California Walmart, so she might have made it to Walmart. This was posted at about an hour ago, guys. About 40 minutes ago. So it says Nashville, Tennessee, missing Chapman County woman NIKKI was possibly spotted at a Walmart in California over Memorial Day weekend. A deputy told News that NIKKI was spotted at a Walmart. Okay, we just read that. I don't know why they repeat themselves. Supposedly, this is her in the camera of the machine where she sold her phone from. Hold on, I'm going to Google real quick to see how long they were together. Doesn't this sound too much like Gabby?
Yeah, it does. RJ said, wow, has it been that long since you've watched Bugs Bunny cartoon? I can't even tell you last time I watched one of those.
Okay. I was so little when... Okay, so 5 fast facts. We'll read that in a second. I'll send it to my messenger. Hang on. Okay, so this is apparently her in the camera. Hold on. Okay. Silent J. Josh, you scared me. They have a 12.
He said in there, it's Josh.
I like that name though. That's funny. Okay. Authorities are still asking for the public's help with finding her. No other information was released. And then they have that she set out in her black Jeep, which is a 2013 Wrangler, with her boyfriend Tyler Stratton and a dog to visit the family in Orange County, California. But if they got this picture in a Walmart in California, then she made it there. Oh gosh, wouldn't that be nice to hear, y'all? We read all that. So after neither of them wanted to press charges on each other after the domestic incident, they were given rides to where they wanted to be dropped off. NIKKI was dropped off in... Okay, I'm going to try to pronounce it. Moratti, New Mexico, where she called her sister Tony. So we'll say Marathi. Shortly after the fight, we read all that. Nikki and Tony texted 2 days later saying she was in Arizona and plans to complete the trip to California. The fear over Nikki's disappearance has been heightened to some eerie similarities to the high-profile Gabby Petito case. Okay. We'll pull up this. Hold on. Oh, thank you so much for sending me the tips on how to help find May May. I see your message. Okay. That's so sweet, y'all. Okay, Messenger.
So, Funsaz said that there was a video on Haskell. I don't know how you say it. That he played. She said, "I'm sure he wouldn't mind you playing it, especially if you're commentating."
Pascal, he wouldn't mind. Okay, we'll play his then. Thank you, Fun Size. And hey, Penny Riddle. I played the 5th. Update is she was seen. Oh shoot! Fire! I already got out of the article. She was spotted at a Walmart in California over Memorial Day weekend on a camera from the machines where you go in there and sell your phone. Silent J. Oh my gosh. Toshi Bear. Okay, I'm going to pull up these pictures real quick and show y'all. At first, I was like, dude, that doesn't look like her. But then I realized I'm just going to show y'all. Hang on. Okay. Well, hot dog. All right, there we go. So she has on the same bandana, and you can see her tattoos beside the bandana, you know, on her chest.
Mm-hmm.
And then the, of course, the lip piercing. That picture looks so sad. That makes me want to punch that guy, throw punch him. And there's another one of her compared to that one. So I definitely believe it's her.
I think so too. It looks a lot like her to me. Anyway.
Yeah. Bless her heart. When you're in an abusive relationship, it's really confusing to, you love that guy and you want to be with him, but you know you shouldn't be around him if he hurts you. You know? Does that make sense?
But it's also terrifying to try to get away from him.
Yes. But like her getting away from him and her, what did she say? Her uncle, I think, came to find her and take her to California. And she said that she had a bad feeling about Tyler and she wanted to go find him. And I completely know that feeling. Like, you can't stay away when you love someone. Even if they hurt you, you know what I mean? She's confused. Yeah. Was he with her at the Walmart? He was not. Here, I plead the 5th. I'll show you the picture. The only picture there is from that Walmart is of her.
I plead the 5th. I'm glad you got away, though, and you're still here.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. So this is the only picture that
7 years. I plead the 5th said it took 7 years and the whole family to get away.
Bless your heart. I'm glad you had your whole family to help you with that. We don't know if he was with her or not for sure, unless they can pull up the security footage from going in and out the door or something, you know, or maybe the parking lot footage. Yes, she is broken. Hindsight. What if he's holding her against her will? That's scary too. Look how sad she looks, y'all. No, Becky, she doesn't look happy. What, Huntress?
Yeah, she does look broken.
She does. Isn't that sad? Oh my goodness. Okay, guys, let's see. BH says we need 48 more likes, guys. If y'all haven't hit the like button, please do. And if you haven't been here before and aren't subscribed, please subscribe. And if you want to become a member, I'll post the iPhone link because that's a really good way to support the channel. I just gotta find it. Please hold. Okay. Okay, here's the iPhone link to join. Okay, now we're going to look real quick at the facts of their relationship. I think it said, let's look, see if it tells us a little bit more info about the relationship. So it says Tyler Stratton and NIKKI ALCARAZ Cunningham. She goes by both y'all. Cunningham. 5 fast facts that you need to know. So there's NIKKI and Tyler. She's so pretty. And he looks like another freaking Brian Laundrie, but that's only because I saw her hurt.
Yeah.
Becky, there's the iPhone link right above your name, love. I just dropped it. I just had to find it. Deb, I hope that since they know that's her, they'll start looking at the other cams. So it says they're a Tennessee couple who disappeared on May 8th while on a road trip across the country to California. A missing poster says that NIKKI was last seen on May 6th in how did I pronounce it? Marathi, New Mexico, with her boyfriend. She was last seen in her black Jeep Wrangler with Tennessee license plates and a Mama Tried bumper sticker. Due to the history of domestic assault, we believe she is in danger. She may be located in New Mexico, Arizona, or California, but since they've spotted her in California at that Walmart, I'm hoping she did make it to California, and maybe she is close to family. Yay, Becky! Thank you for becoming a member, Becky. Hey, headphones. It's Fun Sauce says if you show the pictures from the Pascal update, it shows a man with her at the Walmart kiosk. The picture you have of just her from that original. Ooh, okay. We'll go to that next. Okay, so some are comparing the case to that of Gabby Petito, whose body was found in Wyoming National Park while on a trip across the country with her fiancé, Brian Laundrie, who later died in a Florida preserve. So the number one fact is NIKKI and Tyler were traveling to Orange County, California with their dog. We know that fact. Okay. The second fact is Tyler and NIKKI were involved in a domestic violence incident in New Mexico. We know that fact. Okay. Come on, where's the words? It went white for a second. NIKKI and Tyler did not post about each other in their. Okay, here we go. Now it's getting juicy. So it says NIKKI and Tyler did not post about each other in their public Facebook posts. No, she's so pretty.
Yeah, she is.
It says on Facebook, NIKKI goes by her name, NIKKI Cunningham. Her page says she studied at Nashville State, went to Chapman County School District, lives in Nashville, Tennessee, and is from Whittier, California. In 2019, she married Evan Cunningham. I think that Juju, she's probably asleep because she'll have work tomorrow. I think that she's talked to her ex-husband. Does anyone know what made her just up and leave? I heard she has a child. She didn't up and leave. It was a planned trip to go see family in Orange County, California, and her family was watching the child for her. I'm not trying at all to promote his channel either. Oh, no, I know Fun Size. You're good. It's the pronunciation as the villains in Sherlock Holmes stories. It's the... Yeah. You're fun size. Just want to say hi. Okay, headphones. Thank you for stopping by. Not sleep good. Okay. It says, oh wait, I was going to read that. It says that Tyler's Facebook says he studied at Nashville State Community College Foundation and went to Cheatman County Central. He lives in Nashville, Tennessee, and was from Ashland City, Tennessee. He listed himself as single. His cover photos are a graphic listing hobo symbols. There isn't much else visible on his page except for a couple of photos. The first fact is a friend of Nikki wrote, "I need you to be okay, Nikki." Okay. There's her. Okay, she has Sophia on her chest. Wonder if she has a daughter. Someone said it's in. Okay. It says, Nikki Chance Jordan wrote on Facebook, "I need you to be okay, Nikki. Your family and most importantly, your babies need you. We love you and won't stop searching until you are found. Everyone, anyone, please let us know if you know anything about her whereabouts." She added, "You can remain anonymous if needed. Any information is greatly appreciated, no matter how small or large. Please PM me or notify the authorities as they are now involved in the missing persons case. Finally, please pray, please share. Help us bring Nikki home." The fifth fact is Tyler is wanted on an arrest warrant from a Tennessee theft charge. So if he has a warrant, they should have held him. I don't understand that. Okay. All right, we back. You believe it's a little girl? Okay.
I agree with. I plead the fifth. They said she knew not to take her child, so she knows it's not a good situation.
No. That's sad to think about. Okay, so what am I looking for, Fun Size? Is it a video of Pascal that Pascal posted? Let me go look. Yes, okay. Pascal show. I'm going to put his link in comments, guys. I mean, he's a huge channel, but we still got to put his link in comments just because we're using his content. It said theft on that article. Hey, Dale. How are you? Okay, spotted alive. Is it the one from 24 minutes ago? Yes, it is, because you told me that. Because you told me that there was a picture. Oh, hey, Tennessee sweetheart. The second to the last one is the interview with Family Friend. The very last one is the newest update with the Walmart kiosk photos. Has a man with her. He looks like Tyler from others not confirmed. Okay, well, we'll look at this. We'll look at the one where she's shown with the guy at the kiosk.
You know, I kept thinking that Pascal name sounded familiar. I looked at his channel. You remember he came on Rebels with us?
Did he?
Yeah, he was on panel with me, Nani. There was a bunch of us up there that night.
Oh, okay. I can't keep up. There's so many creators that come
It's been a long time, but he was on panel with all of us.
Oh, that's cool. I wonder what we talked about.
It's when I'll tell you. I don't want to go bring it back up, but I'll tell you later.
Okay. All right. Here we go, y'all. Wait, I gotta do the sound.
Nikki alive. Let's take a look at some of the photos here. Here's one of the photos, and apparently this is a kiosk of some sort that they were at, I guess. And this is the part I'm still trying to understand, okay? But apparently...
There's the man right there beside her. Does that look like Tyler? It really... Hold on, let me look at a picture of Tyler. Guys, if y'all have a second device, y'all can go look at a picture of Tyler. And, well, okay. From first glance, Tyler is never wearing hats. Second is Tyler's got bleached blonde hair and his eyebrows don't look as dark. And another thing is his mustache looks like it grows in kind of patchy, and this guy's mustache looks more defiant. But we'll keep watching and see. I'm not going to jump the gun.
This was this photo and another one I'm going to be showing you guys here in a second. I'll be bouncing back and forth between these two because there's not really a whole lot that has been.
So his bleached hair could have definitely grown out, but I see dark hair right here. That's not Tyler. I don't think it is him either. Yeah, he has dark hair on older photos. I don't know. Let's keep watching and see what he says. That's not Tyler. Okay.
Given thus far. But here's the other kiosk.
Thus far.
Okay. Here's the other one. The other photo from the kiosk. And of course, like I said, without you guys, without your help, without you guys putting in the story and giving it even two damns about this story, we would not be here. We wouldn't have gotten this alert. And apparently this photo was taken on May 27th, just only 2 days ago. Okay. Now, shout out to Legacy as well.
Okay.
Shout out to Nerd Addict. Of course, as
that was taken 2 days ago. She is definitely still alive 2 days ago. Yeah, no facts. We don't know. Just guesses. Is it him? Is it not him? I don't know.
Well, because I've been seeing a lot of the information they've been giving. Nerdy Addict was the first one to get me up to date on this. Okay, which is what we're going to be looking at here very shortly. And don't worry, we're going to be going back to this here in just a moment. But I know a lot of us have some questions about what the hell is going on here. Actually, before we dive into this, I'm quite curious as to what the hell is going on with this. And is that Steven next to her? Is that Tyler? I'm sorry. I keep saying Steven.
Oh, I was like, who's Steven?
I keep thinking Aerosmith or something. But is this Tyler?
RJ says he is smart enough to know where the cameras were and stay off camera enough to keep his face off camera to make it difficult to tell. You're right, RJ. That's a good point. The nose does not seem to be the same, though. Those eyes, man. His eyes are wild. Whose eyes? Which one? Tyler or Pascal? Okay.
Right next to her? Hold on. Let's pull up the photo here. The recent one that we have of him.
Okay, here we go.
It really does look like that could be Tyler. I think that is Tyler. Now, apparently the family...
Okay. One thing you can't change is how your mustache grows. That is a patchy mustache. That's not a thick, dark mustache like the guy in the photo had. I just want to point that out for y'all to look at again. And then his beard hair looks like it's growing in pretty light. I know that's just stubble, but it looks pretty light. And the guy on the camera has dark hair. And dark sideburns. And I'm not seeing sideburns right here. It looks like he maybe gets some shaved off with his haircuts. But all the hair thing can be changed. So Tyler's eyes, yeah. I think it also creeps us out looking at his eyes, knowing that he did that to her in the photos, what he did. Need to look at bone structure. Yes, that's true, Tennessee sweetheart. Look at the height comparison. Oh, good idea, Tashi. Okay, so her head stops at his eyebrows, basically. Her head stops at his eyebrows. The dude on the screen right now, his eyes are like huge. Please, the fifth, you're cracking me up. You don't think it's him, Dell? Okay, let's skirt. Okay. Do y'all see? Can you still hear me, Huntress? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, cool. Left eye is lower than his right. Okay, so height difference. You can't really tell right there. But it looks like he's shorter than Tyler because she looks like she's going higher than his eyebrows if she's standing up straight. Well, I mean, when she stands up straight. This guy is darker. I don't think it's him. It's, yes, you can change your hair. The other guy looks Spanish. I don't know about that. I think it's Tyler with her at Walmart. Okay. Well, let's look at the other picture where he's standing back a little bit and see if we can look at the height difference. I know he's leaning on something in the other one. Okay, right there. Yeah, you can't tell height difference. But y'all see all that? Y'all see all that dark beard hair? His hair did not look that dark. His beard hair didn't. It looked like a strawberry blonde coming in. Alright. Anyways, let's keep on. Oh, there's an ad,
YouTuber? Here's
Wait, Christina just said his dad is Steven. I worked for his at 17. I don't know what that means exactly, but maybe you want to rewrite that. But very interesting if you worked with Tyler ever or something. Tyler, thank you so much for the 2. I having the same name as him. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, he does look like darker.
Let's be real. It's pretty crappy. Okay.
Complexion.
But very, very interesting. Like I said, I'm still breaking this down. I'm still trying to, I'm still figuring this out as we speak. Okay. And of course, I got a couple things I want to pull up here. So I'm going to take this photo down, confirm that as well. But let me grab. It's important. My thoughts and prayers to the people in Hollywood, Florida right now. There was a mass tragedy that happened. 9 people were actually hit. We don't know if there's any casualties of it so far.
Oh my goodness.
It was right for you, but I still go out to the people. Hollywood, Florida. I did want to share. Shout out to I Am Legacy. Okay, shout out to her. Okay, sighting of NIKKI who was reported missing out of Arizona, was captured on camera in Redding, California. So she is in California on May 2 days ago, May 27th. That's big. Okay. District Attorney General Crouch confirmed that this photo was taken when NIKKI sold her phone at a Echo ATM. All right. So Crouch says that they are still asking for the public's help to locate her because she's still gone. And if she took her phone and sold it, she off the grid unless she still has a little burner phone or something, little flip phone. But other than that, she's clearly not contacting any friends or family or anything of that sort. So she just out here, the grid. She's living, but stuff. I'm still trying to figure. All right, but wow, good news because she's still alive.
Yes.
Bad influence, but she's still alive, which is great. Loved one after they on an unrelated again. All right. And you remember instead of Southern California. Okay. So if she is in Redding.
I don't want to just sit here and use his content, but let's see what chat's saying. Lighting can make a difference. Y'all, lighting can make a difference. For example, Summer's jacket that she's wearing in the back seat in the full sunlight versus it in the memory box I'm guessing it's inside where the photo of it's taken. What do you think it's him? Just looking at that real quick.
I don't know. It kind of looks like it to me. I mean, look at Don Wells. He's dyed his hair. What makes you think somebody else is going to? Especially if he's hiding.
Yeah.
And then to me, the way he was standing there in the background, like he was impatiently waiting on her,
Yeah.
that gave me those vibes. I don't know.
That's true. Let me see. Also, Gabby Missing Persons group that her family started on her behalf is involved with Nikki's family and case now. Good. I'm glad they are. That's a good thing. What blows my mind is how can you not contact your child for 3 weeks? I can't even go a day. I don't know her situation with her child. I don't know if she was a very active parent in his life. If she were, then not contacting him for 3 weeks would mean that basically she's being held hostage. That would be my guess.
Yeah. Hindsight, he was wanted for something.
For
I
theft.
can't remember what he said.
For theft.
Okay.
And the warrant was issued in Tennessee. Hey, can I use your phone real quick? You personally do think it's him. Why would you get rid of your phone while on a cross-country trip? Maybe if he needed money and he was making her do that.
They don't give you crap for those phones.
You can just see
But it could be a way of him making her get rid of it so nobody could find her if he knew they were able to track her phone.
Yeah, that's true too. But now they have her phone to search all the crap where she's been and everything. That wasn't a very smart move. Okay, you can see it in her face. I agree. You can see something's not right. I don't know if that's him, but I pray she's still alive. Me too, Becky. Why would they be running if that's not Tyler? That's true, hindsight. He may not let her. Could be desperate for money. Hey, Cindy C. She was number 70 to hit the like. Let's do a roll call, guys. Put a 1 in chat if you hit the like button for us already. Where were you deleted, PH? Who was deleted? Did I miss something interesting?
No, I don't even know who PH is. I've not seen anybody in here named that. Did you cover Dylan Rounds?
No, we never did. I think that
Dale was at
Rebel did. I don't know. Yes, but it is a smart move. Like she's like, okay, I'll sell. Oh no. So okay, I'll sell my phone. Let's go. Okay, let's hit the like button. Tennessee Sweetheart, Tutti Frutti, Fun Size. I plead the fifth. Hindsight 2020, Silent J. I'm getting tongue tied tonight. See you later, RJ, Shani B. I like doing these roll calls so we can see who is all in here too. Danielle, BH. Oh, I see where Dell asked, did you cover Dylan Rounds? Mississippi Girl. Penny Riddle, Val. Lanessa Boo. Darzilla, I told you I was getting tongue-tied. Tattooed Rebel, Toshi, Deb. Pollywaffle! Renegade. She's leading some kind of trail. No, you haven't covered Dylan? I don't remember who did. It was someone. Okay. Thank you all for hitting the like button. Janet, Dill, MZ, Brittany, Blue Eyes. Thank you all for hitting the like button.
Make sure you have subscribed if you haven't already.
Yes. You've been following it since he went missing? Well, Tennessee Sweetheart, maybe you need to come up and talk about it with us one day because I don't know a lot about his case at all. Hey, Queen Von Shea. You covered Dylan Round's case, RJ? RJ says he covered it, Dill. Add new info. Didn't want to go off base. Oh, what's the new info? I'm about to flip the script to summer anyway, so you can tell us the new info if you want.
I've heard a little bit about Dylan Rounds, but not a whole lot.
Yeah. It just doesn't make sense to be on the run for a theft warrant. I wonder if he had been in trouble before. I don't know. I plead the fifth. You did a couple videos on him? Okay. There's some kind of mental things going on. I don't know, y'all. It's scary to think about. I hope that someone can find her. What? My comments aren't updating on StreamYard. Okay, here they go. What? Rebel?
Oh, he said now he's yawning. I didn't even realize you yawned.
Sorry. I'm sorry. My hubby's so sweet. He's 13 hours ahead of me in time, and he just called to say happy birthday to my beautiful best friend, soulmate, and one of and only love of my life. Aw, fun size. Happy early birthday.
Yes, happy birthday.
I thought you said Tuesday was your birthday, maybe since he's 13 hours ahead. Or is it tomorrow? Tomorrow's Tuesday.
Yeah.
Shoot me now. They found Dylan's piece of clothing across from Don Hatley's house. Hatley's house. Oh no. See, Dill, I don't even know who Don Hatley is. Was he a suspect? Hey, Ty. Thank you for hitting the like button. Yes, that sounds like a keeper to me, fun size. Deleting comments. Well, I don't know. I haven't seen any comments deleted. I don't know
I
who
deleted
PH is.
earlier. Because it was a troll. That's why I deleted it.
Yeah.
I don't just delete for nothing.
Yeah. They would be searching again since winter is over. The more I hear about Nikki is the more it makes me think of it being a cross between Gabby and Maya. Millet? I don't know who that is, RJ. When did they find that out? Hey, Casper Friendly. Did she post coffee? Today, searchers found it. Hey, Amy. He was looked at, but he was not named a suspect. Where are all of y'all coming from? Hey, Dawn.
Hey, Dawn.
She was number 77 to hit the like. He was the guy that took the other guy's guns, and the family called Dawn first, I think. Okay. He was looked at. The father thinks he helped Brenner. Oh. Well, I hope it's a break in the case. Dylan's father, I'm. Okay, guys, so we're going to move over. You're coming from sleep? I read that wrong. I get what you're saying. Okay, we're going to go over to Michelle After Dark's page. She posted what Candace's alleged cousin called into Dolly and said to him last night, but the reason I'm going to play it on hers is because the comments she makes in between all of it, I agree with every comment she makes. I want y'all to hear her opinions too. Here's Michelle After Dark's page I just posted, and I'm going to go over to her live and get that video. And I want to know if y'all think that this is a real cousin or this is true, or if Dawn sent her over there to try to get the heat off of them. I want to know y'all's opinions.
I was in Dolly's. I'll tell you mine, and then we're going to go make coffee. I honestly think, you know the lady that keeps calling in about the Idaho Ford to everybody? Saying that her kids went to school with them?
Kim?
I think it's kind of like that. A whack job. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's just somebody wanting attention. Because I was in Dolly's whenever she called in. I was like, what is this?
Oh, yeah, I was too. People were messaging me, are you hearing this? I'm like, yeah. I just don't know if I believe it or not. I know Josh.
I didn't believe it at all.
The lab, Josh, he don't believe it. He said that it was someone sent by Dawn, he thinks. Everyone says it doesn't make sense at all. She's full of it. You haven't had a chance to catch up on it yet? Okay. Sorry, what?
Oh, I was saying hey to Donna.
I know, I heard you. I just want to make sure she heard you. Okay, so we're gonna listen
What's
to the
wrong,
video.
Tasha
Huh.
said, oh, Huntress.
What happened? Why she say Huntress? I believe they were sent by Dawn. Do you? I was in Ziggy's chat when she talked to her. She sounded like one of the PIs from early on when someone went missing. Dates don't make sense. You were eating, Kai? Well, when this is over, I'm gonna go eat. I'm hungry.
Hey, Nani.
Hey, Donna Clark. Number 82 to hit the like. Thank you for hitting the like on your way in. Hey, Nani. And Elaine. She says another good live, just a sad prayer. She has found a lot of well. Yeah, I agree, Elaine. I hope she's okay. Okay, let's listen to this. I know Huntress wants to go make coffee. Let's listen to what Michelle After Dark says about this video. I mean, about this call-in. Wait, we got two more to say hi to. We've got Darcy. Hey, Darcy. And Angie Gibson. No, you're good. You're good. No need to be sorry about being late. You get here when you get here. Renegades. Oh, my chat jumped. Renegade says if FBI or TBI and FBI believed it, wouldn't you think someone would be arrested? Absolutely. If that were true, there'd be wind of it. The guy was arrested July 15th, not June 15th. Yeah, I heard Michelle After Dark said. I think that the Kim that has called in about the Idaho 4 is the same person that was calling about Kylie before her car was found in the water. Ooh. Hey, Tutti Fruity Love. I've seen you in here. I just wanted to make sure. Just seen you were on. Donna! There's my Donna. A whole month after Summer was gone, he was arrested. Okay. Let's get in it. A lot of y'all haven't heard the call. It's interesting to say the least. I'm going to mute, guys, okay?
Okay. No, I don't have to keep muting out then. Should be okay if I do it like that. I'm just checking that you can see it. Yeah, you can. I mean, you don't really need to see it because she was on the phone. So this is allegedly Candace's cousin. All right. Is your name just cousin?
Wait.
No audio. Oh no. Hold on.
No audio.
Right,
okay,
maybe
she
I
just
can't do
figured
it
it
that
out.
way then. Sorry. I know.
I thought it was messing up on me. Hold on, guys. We'll get it in just a second. She just realized she didn't have audio, and I thought it was my problem over here.
YouTube turned up as high as I can. Computer. Oh no, it's already on. All right.
You know, you got two kids missing from the same mom, but the word on the street, because we still have kin there, the word on the street, this Summer was not the intended target there.
I see Carrie G in chat over there. She's a mod for Michelle After Dark. That's awesome. Oh no, wait. Or is this? Of course, it's Dolly's chat. I'm an idiot. Ignore me. Okay. Anyways, I'll give y'all the rundown after the call. I'm gonna mute on my part again.
This has nothing to do with them.
So somebody wanted to kidnap somebody, but they didn't want to kidnap Summer. But when they got there,
no. Let me lay it down for you. Okay. You can investigate those too. You can, as I speak.
Okay, I'm gonna look up see if they have a cousin named Cuz first. That's gonna be
no. Listen.
first step.
Look up a dude named Spider. Okay.
All right.
He was arrested at 2 o'clock in the morning the day Summer went missing.
Was he though? Because no,
Hey, Scott H. and Rocket Queen.
he wasn't. No, he wasn't. So we've got someone called Spider. She doesn't give him a last name, but we know his last name. So apparently, Spider was arrested at 2 a.m. on the day Summer went missing. The word on the street, yeah. The word on the street is someone called Spider who was arrested at 2 a.m. on the day Summer went missing. Is the key to all of this. This is the key to all of this, right? But Summer wasn't the intended target. So who's Spider? Well, this is Spider. This is Spider. Doesn't he look like a nice chap? Yes, he does. Wouldn't you just want to meet him in a dark alley? No, you wouldn't. But this is Spider. Stephen Lee in a dark alley. No, you wouldn't.
All right, that's Spider. That's Stephen, or I think it's pronounced Stephen Lee Spider Blake. That's the one they're saying the family is theorizing that accidentally grabbed Summer instead of a friend's child. That it wasn't meant to be Summer that was taken. Y'all will hear it though.
But this is Spider. Stephen Lee Spider Blake. And I know that Ziggy also found him. Why is there all these? This is from WJHL.com.
Okay, it's pronounced Stephen. It's spelled like Stephen. Okay, that's not confusing. The American language is totally makes sense, huh? Okay, Spider, what a dude. Hey, Matt. Hey, country bro. Looks like he burned his eyebrows off. I can give you a an idea of how he might have done that, huh? All right, let's keep going, y'all.
So Hawkins County detectives arrested a man on meth trafficking and felony gun charges after a tipster stated a man known only as Spider would be waiting with the drugs in Rogersville. Yes, he does look scary. So Hawkins County Sheriff's Office Detective Zachary England states in his report that in response to the tip, he, Detective Scott Stewart, and Detective Reba Matthews located Spider and gives his address, walking down Ebbing and Flowing Springs Road near East Main Street on July 15th, shortly after 2 a.m. Do we see a problem with this? Is he single? Do you like the mean boy? Do you like the mean boy type? The volume on the video is up. Yes, it is up. I'm afraid there's nothing I can do about it. I've even got my boom on. I've even got my boom audio on. So there's not a lot I can do. I've got the YouTube as high as I can, and I've got my computer as high as I can. But I'm going to keep stopping it and talking through it anyway. So I'll reiterate. Exactly. It's a month wrong. So if Spider is the key to all of this, Spider's drug problem or drug associations are the key to all of this, how come Summer went missing a month before? How does that work? So Blake admitted to the detectives that there was marijuana in his backpack and a baggie containing 13 grams of pot. Look, guys, 13 grams of pot isn't that much, is it? Not that much, is it? I mean, in the UK, pot's illegal, but if you're caught with a small amount, like personal use amount, they don't charge you. 13 grams isn't that much. I mean, probably in the UK, probably you might get a charge on it because 13 grams personal use, maybe not. But anyway, When deputies attempted to detain Blake, however, he stated he had meth in his front pants pocket. He then handed officers a small case containing 11 various baggies containing a clear crystal-like substance believed to be 7 grams total of methamphetamine. So 7 grams of meth and 13 grams of pot in his backpack and in his pockets. So to me, this doesn't sound like some kind of drug baron. This doesn't sound like a major drug baron who would kill a kid because they've been, you know, a tip had come in about them. But he also had a gun, and he's a convicted felon in Maryland, Florida, and Arkansas. So I guess they got him on the gun charge because he's a felon. All right, so we're a month wrong. So that's a problem to start with. All right, let's get back to cuz. No, it's not really a lot, is it? 13 grams. I mean, it's probably slightly more than what you deem personal use. And then you've got 7 grams of meth. I mean, yeah, deserves a charge, but for me, this isn't a major drug baron. This isn't the Mexican cartel, is it? You know, I've been watching. Has anybody seen Ozark on Netflix? I've been watching Ozark. I'm right at the end of the season 3 of Ozark. That's all about the Mexican drug cartel. Now they'd kill your kid if you got in the way. They'd kill your kid, but they're dealing in many kilos of drugs and millions of dollars worth. And this is a Netflix show, not real life. But for 7 grams of meth and 13 grams of pot, I'm not seeing a major drug baron here. Ozark is not far off. Well, it's the same with the Sicilian Mafia. It's the same with the Sicilian Mafia. They don't tend to target children, though, the Sicilians. They don't tend to. Ozark was frightening. Yeah, I love it. I'm addicted to it. I've watched almost 3 seasons in about three or 4 days. No, a bit longer. Been watching it a few days now. 16 grams in an ounce. Yeah, so it's not even an ounce. It's not even an ounce, is it? So not even 1 ounce of, like, the normal use kind of sale of pot is an 1/8. Might buy an 1/8 or a Henry.
Okay, guys, hold on.
Henry.
I'm gonna try to get back to the call part.
All right. So 13 grams. Yeah, but this dude's Henry VIII. So an 1/8. If you want an 1/8, you say, "Can I have a Henry?" So he had nearly 2 Henrys. So an 1/8 is half a quarter. So he had 7 grams of.
We'll get there.
Where is this lady from?
Ounces, so I'm just believing what people are telling me. 28 grams.
She's in the UK, I think.
Oh.
You scared the poop out of me.
3.5 grams membership. UK, you can walk about.
Hang in there with me, guys. We're gonna
7
get
grams
to in
of
a second.
All right, let's carry on with this.
Okay.
Let's carry on. People who are saying there's no sound, just fast forward a couple of minutes. We got there. We've got sound back. We got there in the end. Meth destroys empathy. I'm sure it does. Or a Philip. Or a Charles. Well, you got Charlie, haven't you? You know, get a few grams of Charlie. So Henry sounds like a pet mouse you might have in your pocket. Right. Spider was a month later.
From their house, right in Rogersville, Tennessee. He was meeting three people from Virginia. They were coming up. Okay. And somebody called in an anonymous tip and he was busted. It wasn't the Wells that called him in, but the people they were hanging out with called him in. You can look this up. His name's Steven, and he goes by Spider.
Well, we did look it up. It's here. We did look it up. It's right here. It's the first thing I did. I went to find Spider in Rogersville. So I put Spider, drugs, Rogersville, and got this. And it's a month wrong. And Ziggy also got it as well. Ziggy got the same article. So his name is Stephen Lee Blake, and he was arrested on 15th of July, 2021. She's right about the time. So he's apparently going to meet these guys from West Virginia. So what's he doing walking to West Virginia? What's he doing? Because he was caught walking with 13 grams of pot in a backpack and 7 grams of meth in his pocket. Hot. So he's going to walk, right? He's taking this pile of drugs. He's taking all of that to West Virginia walking. It makes sense. It makes total sense. Okay, right. Got you. Right, got you.
June 15th. You look this up. I'm telling you the truth. They bust Spider.
Okay, his name is Steven, though.
Yeah.
And he was arrested June 15th.
Yep.
Of last
at
year.
2 o'clock in the morning. No.
2 years ago.
2021. The day Summer went missing. I'm telling you. Listen to me. I'm telling you the truth.
Well, you might be telling your truth, but I'm sorry, cuz you're wrong by a month. Herein lies the problem. You're wrong by a month. But it goes where it gets more. West Virginia or Western Virginia. It could be.
I like Michelle too. I really like her videos, guys. She puts out a lot of info. And hey, Steph. Casper Friendly's back. Hey, Lindley. I'm glad you made it. 3 doll hairs. I'm moving. Okay, guys, let's keep going.
Western Virginia, which isn't very far. Yes, it's probably take all of this pile.
This is just like crazy. Nobody's listening to us. He was busted. He was meeting people from Virginia. Okay, the car load of 3 people. An anonymous tip called in. Spider had drugs on him. They busted him that morning. They were pissed off because it was intercepted. Okay.
So these 13 grams of pot and 7 grams of meth was intercepted because an anonymous tip came in. So the cops were, alerted to the fact that there's this major drug lord on his way to Virginia, going to meet these guys in a car, and they busted him. So they've now got to steal a kid to, cut the losses.
And it came back to 110 Ben Hill Road, but it was not the Wells who called it in. It was the Crawfords.
So it was the Crawfords who called this tip in. Who's the lady that's speaking? Allegedly, she's Candace's cousin. Alleged. Candace's cousin. So the Crawfords called in the tip. So how does she know who called in the tip? How does she know that the Crawfords called in the tip?
Hey, Mama P.I.
How does she know that? I'm going to wait because there's no way she would have known who reported that tip, unless she knew the Crawfords. I guess if she knew the Crawfords and they told her that they called in a tip to intercept a drugs lord on his way to Virginia walking with a backpack.
And all of a sudden, Ricky gets killed the next day. I'm telling you, this is
Which dude is Ricky?
truth. Ricky's Marlena's brother.
Marlena is the one that's living in the homeless camp or whatever, right?
No, I don't know where the fuck the bitch is now. I'd like to know, but I don't know because she wouldn't be there. No, she's all. It comes down to the Crawfords. I'm telling you right now. Listen to me. The
Right. So it's the Crawfords. Ricky Crawford isn't dead though. Now the little bit of that I heard on Ziggy, because I was just starting to listen to her on Ziggy. And she said she was wrong about Ricky Crawford being dead. Ricky Crawford is not dead. He's very much alive. If you want to know who Ricky Crawford is, he's this guy. Okay. So we've got this. Hawkins County drug gun bust nets 4. This is from April of this year. This is WJHL. The other one, I think I said the other one was WJHL. It wasn't. That was Times News. This is WJHL. So, multi-agency drug and firearms investigation has led to charges against several people in Hawkins County. According to the Hawkins County Sheriff's Office, a search warrant was executed at the home of Harry Richmond and Jimmy Ray Wallen. 4 people were arrested following the search. So, Harry Richmond, Jimmy Ray Warren, Ricky Dale Crawford, and Clester and Taylor. So have we got a picture of these guys? I thought there was a picture of them. Sure, I thought there was a picture of them. Obviously not. Maybe it was the other article. But yeah, so Ricky Crawford is not dead. Yes, Marlena was staying with the Wells. She was staying with the Wells, yeah. Or she spent a lot of time there. I don't know whether officially she was living there.
Okay, guys, hang on. I'll post the link right after the video's done. I'll get back to the call. I'm going to try to fast forward back to the call. I just think what she says and her insight on this is really interesting because she makes sense. Michelle, not the caller, Michelle.
Tina is a friend of Candus's. She has a little girl who's around the same age, maybe a little bit older than Summer. There's a picture of Marlena's daughter and Summer, only probably a few days before Summer disappeared. Yeah, so I a little girl with the Wells. So it's believable. It is believable that they get, if they wanted to, yeah. He was busted in April. He's in jail now, I think. And that's Marlena's brother.
Crawford were the intended target. It was not the Wells. And our hearts and souls, we believe with every fiber.
Yeah, but did they have a daughter?
Journey. Her name's Journey.
Okay.
They sure did.
So these people that busted on Spider, that you saying this is a retaliation, and some people have
showed.
That's
exactly what I'm saying. And the people that did it are in Rowan Mountain, Tennessee. And we turned this into the TBI, and nobody's listening to us. He puts on his Facebook, keeping stock of children, and he's all into like this Joshua lies called the Isaiah House. He said we steal their kids and homeschool them, and this guy's freaking nuts out of his mind on drugs because he's a drug dealer.
Well, people are saying Ricky Crawford is still alive, but I 100% believe the Crawfords are involved.
He's dead. He got drowned. Nope, he's not. He's dead. Nope.
Yeah, it was Earl Taylor. Earl Taylor drowned. And he's a relative of the Crawfords. I'm not sure what relationship he is, but he drowned. He was found dead in a creek. So he was found dead the same week that Summer went missing. So that bit's true. So I think she's just got it confused. So I'm giving her that. I'm giving her that she just got confused about a relative of the Crawfords was found dead. How is it retaliation if the arrest? Yeah, exactly, Jackie. How is it retaliation if the arrest happened afterwards? Exactly. That makes sense. That doesn't make sense, does it? So that's my big problem with this. That the dates don't match up.
Killed him. He's dead. He's killed.
I'm
telling you right now, that man.
And also, we don't know.
You looked like you wanted to say something.
Oh no, I was just reading. But this lady, I saw your comment that it does sound like that one that was calling in for the Idaho 4. She freaking reminds me of her. Crazy
I know.
attention seeking, whatever you want to call her.
Oh, Rift, we love you too. And yeah, what did I played the fifth said? Where is it? The lady that sounds like the same chick who called Benny, talking about one of the boys saw Summer get her, her throat bleeped. Well, it wouldn't surprise me if it's not the same lady making up another story just for attention, like you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
I know, RJ, it's hard, but we're gonna keep going.
Or
I want
if
to know
anybody
RJ's
did
thoughts.
kill Earl Taylor, he was found.
You want to know RJ's thoughts on it?
Yes, because I'm sure he has something to say about it.
He thinks it's
or a lot to say.
Okay.
In a creek. Now, whether someone had drowned him or whether he fell in like a complete drug-addled state, having consumed 13 grams of weed and 7 grams of meth, who knows? Who knows? But he was found dead. We don't know if he was murdered, though. But it's not related to, presumably not related to Summer in any way, other than he's a relative of the Crawfords. You could do a soap opera about all of this, couldn't you? You could really do a really good soap opera, a really good Netflix series on all of this. Somebody should write it. It'd be a bestseller. Call it Beach Creek. That's right. Ricky Crawford Sr. died, yeah. He died in 2022. But she did come on Ziggy's and clarify that she got it wrong. It was the other guy. So it's Marlena's father, Ricky Sr. Mullen his time. The beat, Leslie, I mean,
good.
So you're saying they done went and got Summer because of this drug he got ratted on, snitching.
Brad Pitt to play Don Wells. Officially, well, at least I know. Senior, their dad. They go by various names. Beach Tweakers. Yes, it's even.
It wasn't them though.
Yeah, but it was
wasn't-
mistaken. They came there thinking it was the Crawfords, and they ended up getting Summer, is what you're saying.
Honest to God, that's what we believe. And the only way it makes sense, if you listen to me, is her timeline is a lie. That's a big fat lie. But the Wells, I'm telling you, Donnie and Candus are innocent.
Oh, Jose's last name, Roman. Or Roman. Roman. I heard he was found in a tent overdose.
I'm thinking I should go to Dolly's and let them hear the call, because she is stopping, and she's stopping it a lot more than I realized. Hold on.
I'm over here talking to you and I'm muted. I think Dolly's was at like 62 minutes or something around there.
Okay.
Oh, Justice Jane said 51 minutes in.
Hold on, I'm getting there. All right. Now we'll listen to the call all the way through real quick, y'all.
Oh, Fun Size said 51 minutes too. That's when she followed me to every page I watched the other night. Me and Fun Size popped up in the same exact lives.
That's funny. And the whole story was along the same lines as the Benny story. Yeah. That's not Candace's cousin. You asked her. Candace turned her into PIs. So Candace said, oh, you asked Candace. Okay, yeah. Well, let's listen anyways to this crazy lady who is not Candace's cousin, allegedly, say what her theory. Let's just listen. It's crazy, y'all. Don't strike me, Dolly.
Listen.
Oh, that was too good. Dolly.
I thought your phone was ringing.
Hi. Hey, I was just calling to tell you I've never watched your show before. Thank you for keeping Summer's name out there. But we don't agree with anything you guys are saying as far as Summer goes. This is not the first time Candace has had a kid go missing. Her older daughter, Candy, went missing in foster care. And we put flyers out then, and then Summer came missing. But we, honest to God, don't believe that they're responsible for this. We think it's a mistaken identity, that the people they were hanging out with were actually the targets and not the Wells and not Summer. And everything people are saying is driving.
Lean on me. You think she has knowledge? How would she have knowledge? I wonder. Now I'm curious. And I had to put us hunters on the side so that people didn't think it was Dolly's live right now. Okay, I'm gonna keep going.
And it's nuts because this has nothing to do with Summer.
I'm lost. Like, I just got sucked into a parallel universe or something. You lost me. Like, okay, this what?
What? All right, you know, Candace had 2 children removed.
Yeah,
before
okay,
she
but
okay.
I know that one daughter had ran away from foster care for a little bit, but she wasn't.
Did. And
it wasn't nothing to do
did.
with Candace, right?
No, it had nothing to do with Candace.
Yeah, okay.
We were still, as a family, looking for her, and it had nothing to do with it. And before that, our cousin Rose went missing, and then Candace's older daughter went missing.
Okay,
and then
wait, you keep saying we. Are you kin to the Wells?
I am.
Okay, who are you first? We know who we're talking to.
I'm her cousin.
Is your name just Cousin? Do you got a name?
Well, we'll just go with Cuz.
Cuz. All right, Cuz.
Yeah. All right, Cuz.
Well, that bullshit. I'm just
no, it's all been turned into the
That's
TBI.
that bullshit.
No, I'm not talking bullshit. No, I'm not.
Okay.
This has all been turned into TBI.
That's not fuck shit.
We've had people go missing before on that side of the family.
It cracks me
up in arms, looking for children, blah, blah, blah. And all of a sudden, Summer goes missing. You're like, what the hell is going on over here? You know, you got 2 kids missing from the same mom. But the word on the street, because we still have kin there, the word on the street, this Summer was not the intended target there. This has nothing to do with them.
So somebody wanted to kidnap somebody, but they didn't want to kidnap Summer. But when they got there,
no. Let me lay it down for you. Okay. You can investigate those too. You can. As I speak.
Okay, I'm gonna look up and see if they have a cousin named Cuz first. That's gonna be my
listen.
first step.
Look up a dude named Spider. Okay.
All right.
He was arrested at 2:00 in the morning the day Summer went missing.
Okay.
And he was in a drug deal. Okay. He was arrested a few miles down from their house, right in Rogersville, Tennessee. He was meeting 3 people from Virginia. They were coming up. Okay. And somebody called in an anonymous tip, and he was busted. It wasn't the Wells that called him in, but the people they were hanging out with called him in. You can look this up. His name's Steven, and he goes by Spider. June 15th. You look this up. I'm telling you the truth. They bust Spider.
Okay, his name is Steven, though.
Yeah.
And he was arrested June 15th.
Yep.
Of last
at
year.
2:00 in the morning. No.
2 years ago.
2021. The day Summer went missing. I'm telling you. Listen to me. I'm telling you the truth. This is just like crazy. Nobody's listening to us. He was busted. He was meeting people from Virginia. Okay. A carload of 3 people.
Okay.
Listen,
yes,
I laughed when he cut the screen off because you already know Dolly cannot hide his facial expressions. And I'm like, yep, he don't went off screen, so nobody can see him.
I know. He's funny. Yes, I'll drop the link when the video is over, guys. I just wanted to read comments real quick. It says, how can a child go missing from Child Protective Services? Candace has no kin in Tennessee. They are outsiders. Don has distant cousins by his mom's husband. There is just a lot of missing people for one family, in my opinion. Yeah. Okay. We'll keep going to get through the call, guys.
An anonymous tip called in Spider had drugs on him. They busted him that morning. They were pissed off because it was intercepted, okay? And it came back to 110 Ben Hill Road, but it was not the Wells who called it in. It was the Crawfords. And all of a sudden, Ricky gets killed the next day. I'm telling you, this is
Which dude is Ricky?
Truth. Ricky's Marlena's brother.
Marlena is the one that's living in the homeless camp or whatever, right?
No, I don't know where the fuck the bitch is now. I'd like to know, but I don't know because she wouldn't be there. No, she's all, it comes down to the Crawfords. I'm telling you right now, listen to me. The Crawfords were the intended target. It was not the Wells. And in our hearts and souls, we believe with every fiber.
Yeah, but did they have a daughter?
Journey. Her name's Journey.
Okay.
They sure did.
So these people that busted on Spider, that you saying this is a retaliation, and some people have showed.
That's exactly what I'm saying. And the people that did it are in Rowan Mountain, Tennessee. And we turned this into the TBI, and nobody's listening to us. He puts on his Facebook, keep them stuck and still their children. And he's all into like this Joshua, it's called the Isaiah House. He said we steal their kids and homeschool them. And this guy's freaking nuts out of his mind on drugs because he's a drug dealer.
Well, people are saying Ricky Crawford is still alive, but I 100% believe the Crawfords are involved.
He's dead. He got drowned. Nope, he's not. He's dead. Nope, they killed him. He's dead. He's killed.
So
she talks about this guy like it's
nothing. So
nothing.
you're saying they done went and got Summer because of this drug?
Yeah. That guy who she's saying is dead is not dead, is he?
From what I've read in the comments, I don't think.
Uh-oh, Sassy's coming to join. Okay. She's pushing her narrative too hard. July 15th, not doing a deal. I'm over her. She's talking about Ricky Sir that died, not Ricky Jr. that got arrested. Okay. Yeah, that's a good point, Tashi. The Wells denied knowing at least a chick too, and it turns out she was an old friend. This is not revenge because it's nuts. Okay.
He got ratted on snitching.
It wasn't them though.
Yeah, but it was mistaken. They came there thinking it was the Crawfords, and they ended up getting Summers. What you're saying?
Honest to God, that's what we believe. And the only way it makes sense, if you listen to me, is her timeline is a lie. That's a big fat lie. But the Wells, I'm telling you, Donnie and Candace are innocent as can be. They didn't do it. This is like, if you look at their timeline, her timeline doesn't make sense because it's not true. Her timeline, she left the home, and Grandma, or you can call her Grandis or whatever the fuck you want, we call her Candy. Candy was there, and she was sleeping, and the boys were supposed to be in charge of the home, and Candace left.
Where did Candace go? Cuz.
Well, you want to know the truth? She went to take Hunter home. She was taking Hunter home. She was there with Hunter, and she wasn't supposed to be there with Hunter.
So you're saying when Allie says that Summer was in the car when she brought Hunter home?
Oh, Allie, no,
that's
she
a lie.
Lied. No, and then if you go back and look on YouTube, she already admitted that was a lie. That was a big fat lie. She's a big fat liar. She was like not following Hunter's probation at all. She let him do whatever the fuck he wanted to do with Candus and whoever he wanted to do it with. She didn't give a shit. She was too fat and lazy, sleeping in her bed, on the toilet, whatever the hell she was doing, but she wasn't watching her kid. I'm telling you, that was a lie. So what happened is she was taking Hunter home, and so her timeline is screwed up, and when she says she don't want to talk about it because, oh, I already told the TVA, everybody knows if I tell it, this was the perpetrator. Fuck that. No. You don't want to tell the truth.
Yeah, but here's the thing: if Candace is completely innocent, like you're saying, then why all the fuck shit? Why all the
Well, let me tell you why. But it's going to come out now. Let me tell you why. It's about ready to come out. Let me tell you why. Because she was afraid to lose her boys, but now the boys don't want to come home. So Candace has nothing else to lose, right? It's going to come out. Let me tell you the truth. It's coming out. You guys all watch. It's coming out. Candace lied about the timeline, and she was scared. But now she has nothing else to lose. And Don, the guilt is eating them up alive, and they're coming out. They had nothing to do with this little baby going missing. It's not them. It's not them. And we've already turned these people into the TBI over and over, and nobody's listening. And we keep sending like video proof and proof. This is not them. They didn't do it. It's not them. It's the Crawfords. They need to look closer, and they need to look at these people that were sending like the proof. This guy like has pictures of like keeping stock and stealing their babies. Like he talks about this code and all this weird shit. He's talking about the jailhouse code. Like when they go to jail, they write letters and code to each other and shit. This guy, and I don't know how I can put his name out there without getting in trouble. In my opinion, it's Philip. I don't know how to. I'm not.
Yeah, don't worry about his name. Just send it to me in my Facebook.
All right, but he's from Rowan Mountain. I'm telling you, and there's a video of this this guy living in the woods and talking about stealing kids and all this bullshit and keeping them like in an Amish school almost, like it's called the Isaiah House. He calls it like this religious house. And I swear to God, our family does not believe that they're guilty. Honest to God, they're not. And we think that these people honestly took Summer and on mistake. It wasn't not the intended target. Marlena's daughter, Journey, was actually, that's why Marlena's freaking out. Summer was not the one that was supposed to be gone. It was supposed to be Journey. And everybody's like, oh, she was gone 2 to 3 minutes. No, she wasn't. She was gone 2 to 3 hours. And that's why.
So what else is Candace lying about? Cuz you said the timeline is wrong, that Allie lied.
That's it. No, that's it. And Allie
so while she was gone, what do you think happened?
She took Hunter home, and they came up on that hill and got that baby. That's honest to God what happened. And if you look at like the FBI evidence and the TBI and the LE evidence, nothing. Why have they not arrested them? Because they didn't do it. And the digital evidence proves it on their phone and their GPS and all that stuff. They did not do this. This was not them. This was done to them. And they're not listening to the people that we think in our hearts did this. And if you look Spider up, I'm telling you, you Google the Times Herald, June 15th, 2021, and look at Stephen's record, Spider. You'll see he was arrested at 2:00 that morning.
Okay, somebody asked, how did the 110 address get mixed up?
It didn't get mixed up. That was because she was staying there. It did not get mixed up.
So when she called the police on Spider, she called from 110 Ben Hill Road.
No, she didn't call the police on Spider, though. It wasn't her. She didn't do it. She did not call the police.
No, I'm saying Spider. Marlena called the police on Spider, right?
No. There was an anonymous tip. It was anonymous. Whoever called, what I'm trying to tell you is Spider got the drugs from this dude in Rowan Mountain, okay? And the dude he got the drugs fronted from is the one that had this arranged. It was not the Wells, I'm telling you. And if you look at the son of a bitch online, which we have done, and we've sent it to the TBI, the FBI, the LE, and we're telling them, look at this guy. He's talking about stealing babies. He's talking about being this great drug dealer, blah blah blah, and keeping them stuck and stealing their kids and all.
And you gave all this information to TBI?
We did, and they're not listening. They're not listening to us because they think we're like stupid hillbillies or something. They're not listening. They won't listen, and we're trying to tell them, listen. Somebody called in on Spider, and it wasn't us. And his people took retaliation on the Wells, trying to get back at the Crawfords, and it wasn't us. It had nothing to do with them.
Yeah, but you think somebody's gonna come because you told them somebody's gonna come take your kid? I mean, that's a little extreme, don't you think? For snitching on somebody?
No. How much do you think that he had on him? How many kilos do you think he had on him?
What, when they busted him?
Yeah. Look it up. It's all right there. It's all.
I mean, how many kilos did he have? Just save me the trouble. You can tell me.
No, go ahead. No, look it up. He had guns, he had drugs, he had a backpack full of shit. Not only that, but the people came from West Virginia, but he had information on the Isaiah house. He had information on their whole racket that they had going on Rowan Mountain over there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you, look it up. He's still in freaking jail right now.
So if he's in jail, he couldn't have done it. So, but you're saying his people done it?
Spider didn't take it. No, Spider did not take her. But I'm telling you, the guy that he was working for, he did it. I'm telling you right now, that man Philip did it. And with my whole heart, as I'm sitting here breathing, I swear to God, hand to God, I believe that man did it. Hand to God.
And he did that because of a drug debt, because his drugs got knocked off.
He did it because he was busted and they had information regarding his operation.
All right, somebody told me to ask you, do you think Summer is alive?
I don't. I honest to God don't. You know why? Because I think she was too much of a liability at that point. I think they had I think they cut their losses, and I think, I don't want to start crying, but honest to God, I don't think that they kept her. I think that they got rid of her because they realized that they made a mistake.
Yeah, and I don't know how I would look up Spider because I don't know his last name.
No, I'm going to tell you right now. Hold on. I can tell you. You just give me 10 seconds. I'll tell you. 1 second. Hold on. I got all of it. No, his name.
Or you can just shoot it to me on Facebook, like I said, and I'll look into it.
I've never listened to. I don't even know your name. I've never listened to your show before.
Oh, okay. Well, how did you find me?
I just looked up live on YouTube, and you popped up.
Oh, okay. And it just happened to be some you knew all about that you happen to be family with.
Well, no. I just happened to see you were talking about Summer Wells. I'm like,
oh, okay.
Listen.
Okay.
I'm going to look it up right now. I'm going to tell you. June 15th, 2021. I'm doing it right now. Hold on.
Okay.
I know you think I'm nuts, but I'm not. It's in the Times Herald.
Okay, Ziggy's in the room. I got you. She says, look up this article by Newsbreak called 4 Arrested After Large Quantity of Meth.
Yep, that's
Numerous
it.
guns seized from Churchill residence.
I love Ziggy. Yep, Ziggy's right. Yep, Ziggy's right. That's it. She's right. I'm telling you.
So Don and Candus was tied into those people, which was Marlena, and Marlena was tied into Spider.
Marlena, yep. It was not done directly. It was by accident. I'm telling you. This was by accident. They were not tied in directly to them. That's the heartbreak about the whole situation.
So then what would make some people go after them? I mean, what would make them think the Wells were involved there where they would have to go kidnap Summer?
Where, if I can tell you, that's where they stayed. That's where she spent a majority of her time. She was like there all the time. And that's the only thing. They didn't mean to take her to hurt her or kill her or anything. They were using her as collateral. And then all of a sudden it blew up. And they're like, oh, fuck, we got the wrong person. We got the wrong victim. We got the wrong person.
So
here.
nobody at the house. Grandis was asleep. The kids didn't see nothing. I mean, what did they come into the
Oh,
house?
but they did. No, listen, the kids did see something though. Here's the thing. When Candace went to the door and said, "Hey, Wyatt, watch Summer," you don't say that for 2 seconds, right? You say that when you're leaving. Hey, watch your sister, and get in your car and leave. And Grandis even said, I hate even calling her that. We call her, that's Candace, and we call
Candy.
Grandma. Listen, we call Grandma Candy, okay? So I don't like to call her Grandis. I feel it's very disrespectful. So Candy was sleeping in her trailer, and she heard Candace leave. And she'll tell you that. I heard her leave. She was leaving to take Hunter home. And her timeline don't make sense because it doesn't. It's not true what she's telling. And that's why they look guilty. Her timeline does not make sense because she left. And when she left, that's when it happened.
But what I'm saying then, what did the boys see? It was Summer. If Summer was inside with the boys, how did the people get in the house and grab Summer without the boys seeing it?
In the house, so,
And why didn't they take the boys?
No, listen. Summer went outside. And if you listen to what Ronnie Lawson says, and I have this interview, he says the boys said Summer was last seen walking out of the house and Summer left the home. Summer went outside and they got her outside. It wasn't like they didn't know the boys were inside. They didn't go inside the house. I'm telling you, they took Summer. She went outside to play and they grabbed her because they thought she was Journey. I swear to God, as I'm breathing, they thought she was Journey and she wasn't Journey. And when they realized she was Summer, I think they did something bad to her. I really do. I honest to God do. I swear to God, I think they did something bad to that little girl. And I wish with every fiber of my being that I'm not right. And I pray I'm not right, but I think I am. I think they did something very bad to that little girl because they thought she was not Summer. They thought she was Marlena's kid.
What do you mean you said you did something really bad to that little girl?
I think they killed her.
Oh, you think they did something bad? I thought you said, I think I did something bad to that little girl.
Not me. No, honey. I'm a hillbilly. Listen to me very carefully. I'm a hillbilly. Sometimes I could talk and no, not me. I would never, ever, ever do anything bad to a child, ever. I worked in public schools. I retired from a public school. No, I would never, ever, ever do anything bad to a child. I have 6 grandchildren myself. I'm an older lady. I would never harm a child, not me. They did something bad to that little girl, I think. In my heart, I believe that they did something bad to that little girl.
Jen said hey to Dolly.
In our family, when we sit around and talk about this is what we think happened. We think she wasn't the target that was supposed to be. And when you hear Jody Sue and Andy and all that bullshit and all the fucking shit in the holler, that's all drama bullshit that takes away from Summer. Summer wasn't supposed to be gone. It wasn't Summer they were after. We, honest to God, think
now in that article, that Newsbreak article that Ziggy was talking about.
Do you see it?
No, I haven't seen the article. I haven't looked it up. But you saying Steven is Spider?
Yep.
Okay, so I can find the 4 people that were arrested. Go by Steven, and that would be the Spider guy.
Right. But let me tell you, Steven's dealer is in Rowan Mountain. And he's not in that article. He's not mentioned. And I've turned this into the TBI, and I've turned it into.
All right, enough of that. I think we got the gist of it. And yes, that's another. I was getting aggravated. That's a good point though. Beverly, the other little girl had hair. Surely they couldn't get it that messed up if they were trying to grab a little girl. Let's think all the lies she came up with. Here's the StreamYard link, RJ and Mab, if you're still here. Justice Jane says it's a Wells enabler, plain and simple. Her information is bull. When Gooch Candace's older daughter is not missing. Oldest daughter.
There's my friend.
There's your friend. Here's RJ.
Hey, RJ.
Hello, how are you?
We are good. How are you?
Oh, people like this get me so infuriated.
I'm excited to hear what you have to say about this.
Hey, Matt.
Hey. Before I do get into what I was going to say, what I have to say, I said I owed you two a link to a video that I had done. Do you remember what it was, exactly what it was on? Was it was it a connection through a county that is west of Rogersville?
I'm gonna be honest. I don't remember to say.
I don't either, RJ. We talk about so much.
Okay, well, here is a link that in public chat. I'm sorry. If you really want to know what I'm talking about when I'm showing, if it's up to Dumpling and Huntress if they want to share this link or not. It's a video I had done on my channel.
Yeah,
it's in the private chat, but it's actually relevant to this woman's story. I don't talk about this one particular area of Tennessee beyond this video, but when she's talking about Roan Mountain, what she's talking about is Greenville, Tennessee. And they have a bit of a problem down in Greenville. And things get trafficked through Rogersville, through another town or county into Knoxville. That's about the extent of the truth of this woman's story.
Right.
Beyond that, everything that she says falls apart after she says that Spider was arrested on June 15th, when it's July 15th.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm trying to follow.
Maybe she got the date wrong.
No, this is a clear distinction of she was saying it happened on June 15th, where she had specifically said that he was arrested in the early morning hours of June 15th. She's giving a specific time and place, but the arrest of going by the news article in the Times News, the newspaper out of Kingsport that Jeff Bobo works for. The byline on that, and the reason I'm going to give you this information without pulling it up is I gave it to Ziggy last night. The byline on that video, on that our news article, is by Jeff Bobo, July 23rd, 2021. The arrest happened on June 15th July 15th. Sorry, my mistake there. July 15th, 2021.
So she's late on that.
She's way off. Way off. The whole issue with Marlena and that other girl, and I do not mention any other child's names beyond Summers because it's not fair to that child. They moved away from there a couple days before this whole incident happened. Before Summer Wells disappeared, they moved away from there. Marlena, if nobody knows about her, she will only speak if she's paid.
Wait, RJ, can I ask you something before you go further? Sure. Are you talking about the girl that the ladies trying to say they were supposed to had moved away before?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I was
okay. Like Dawn says too, there would have been no reason for retaliation since it's the month after Summer got gone.
So another reason that video I'm referring to that I sent you the link on is so relevant is because Don Wells, and I make very clearly point this out in that video, is that Don Wells is a runner.
Yes.
A lot of the trips that if you know anything about that culture, that world, that subculture, that's the world that exists, that he will often make trips to Knoxville and other areas around the Tri-Cities area to move product. That's what I'm going to say about that.
Yeah.
And then there was something, the Isaiah House. And I'm not going to, I'll stop after this point in just a moment. Isaiah House is a drug rehab place that is just getting into Hawkins County. The Isaiah House, the reason it is being built in Hawkins County, and it's Western Hawkins County, is that the funding from Baby Doe settlement, the opioid settlement that happened July 2021, which was a major lawsuit here in Tennessee.
Mm-hmm.
It is, yes, Trevor's exactly right. It's Isaiah House is for kids, but it is also like a halfway house for people that are addiction issues. They are using the funding from the Baby Doe settlement to help fund the Isaiah House. Okay. What she is saying it's being used for, it is used for, excuse my language, it's bullshit. There's no other way to say it. It's bullshit.
Right.
It's bullshit.
I agree. Hello, Lori P. I caught her in several lies, like saying that she, Dolly had to remind her that they called Grandis. She couldn't get it out of her mouth. If you listen to her words, you can just tell she's going with the flow with her story. And then she had to find Spotter's last name. If her family thought that he was really the reason Summer's missing, wouldn't you think they would have that stuff memorized by heart?
She had that nervous laugh like she was lying. Like she was going to be caught lying.
She got caught lying the moment she opened her mouth.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, I didn't hear her on Dolly. I heard her on Ziggy. And I was in that live last night.
And she went to Ziggy's too?
Yes, she was on Ziggy's last night as
well.
Well,
she was making her rounds.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
I'm telling you, that same lady, like in the Idaho 4, she's been all over the place.
Right. Okay. You say Idaho 4, but there was a group, and I can't find the group's name, very early on in Summerwell's disappearance. That was a PI group out of Virginia. Excuse me. They were trying to dominate the story and change it to being something completely different than what it is. This is where everything with the Wells, where Wells blames social media for blaming or messing everything up. This is where the blame truly belongs, is that PI group from very early on. They had started slanting this, changing information. And at one point, they had their own flyers out, encouraging people to call them with tips, not TBI, not Hawkins County sheriffs. It was to call them so they could screen which tips got to TBI and Hawkins County.
Yep. Yep. I'm trying to figure out what Lori's saying. She said it's what Spotter said. She didn't say she thought that. But I understand. I don't know. I don't get what she's talking about. Yes, it was a red flag.
But to me, we're going back to following the case that long and hearing them on some lives and recordings of meetings that got leaked out. At one point, they were trying to figure out who I am and never did. They were that's when everything got really, really messed up with Summer Wells.
Mm-hmm.
But it sounded like one of them to me that were from the TBI, from the PI group out of Virginia.
Okay, so do y'all think that Do y'all think that y'all don't think Dawn sent her up there, right, to throw stuff off? Yay, BH. Or you think it's just a loony who's trying to throw their case off? No, you're okay, Lori.
I'll go a different step with this. This is just somebody trying to get 15 minutes of fame.
Yeah.
I think that too, RJ.
Yep. That's like Dawn said. She'll have her channel called. No. Where is it? She's gonna open up her own Cuz on Crime channel by next week. All right. Hey, Trevor. Hey, Mab.
What's up?
Hey, Trevor.
Hey,
Mab, you enjoying your time? Your vacation?
yeah.
I'm a little jealous, Mab. You look like you've gotten a good tan.
Yeah.
I'm just glowing in the dark over here.
I got a little tan and I'm tired as shit.
You look tired.
You look tired. You must be waiting on Dolly to come on.
I gotta go to bed pretty quick.
You gonna go to bed? You just hop up to say hi to everyone?
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you're having fun.
What's that?
I'm glad you're having fun.
Yeah, I got my niece here.
You got your
that
niece?
sounds like fun. Have you met up with Betty yet?
Bullhorn Betty is coming Wednesday.
That'll be fun. Y'all need to get pictures and you can post them on Facebook or on your channel.
Yep.
All right, Trevor, what do you think of the call?
Oh, where do I start?
I know.
I mean, to a certain extent, it's funny, but like to another degree, it's harmful. Like, and to the case, because when you go on, especially on a channel like that, Dolly has a huge platform. I mean, that's no secret. A lot of people listen, and a lot of people went to his channel today specifically to listen to that call. And you're gonna have so many people that are banging TBI's phone line. Did you hear this? Did you hear this? Did you hear this? I'm the 39,340 person calling, but hey, did you hear what they said about Marlena and all this? Did you hear that about Spider? Spider got him. Did you hear that? There was a spider. And knowing, she knows going into it that it's BS. So she knows she's going to feel so many BS tips, and that's only going to bog down law enforcement because they have to look into things when they're called in.
Right, that makes. I mean, I didn't even think about that. About it being such a, it could be a huge problem for.
When you speak of things in fact, when you speak of things in facts, that's when it becomes an issue. Like we discuss things all the time over here on other channels. Discussion, but we clearly say, we're discussing it. You don't come up here and give your theory and say, I know it happened, and I'll tell you why. The way she,
right. That's if she actually reported it to the TV.
Right. And she's labeling these things as like factual. She's saying, I have proof of this happened, and then this and she's giving the order of events like she knows it happened, meaning it's going to be presented as a fact, and people are going to run with it. And you can't present things as a fact when it's not a fact. You want to say, this is my theory, well, go ahead. Everybody has their own theory. There's a million theories out there. And with the little information we have publicly, we're going to have more theories. But there's no way that you can sit up here and tell me that's a fact, and 2 years later you're just now telling people about it. But you care so much, like you said, she didn't know his last name, but she's convinced that he took Summer, or he's part of what happened with Summer. How does that make sense?
I not to interrupt, but I also have it's very ironic timing, considering what is it, Wednesday is in Hawkins County.
Yep.
Wait, what?
I have June 1st.
Grand jury.
Grand jury.
Y'all forgive
Been
me.
a lot of talk around Tennessee lately, and those that are in Tennessee in the Tri-Cities area. There's been a lot of talk and speculation lately of sealed indictments being presented.
Ooh.
Yep, and
lot of
Possibly for a
talk.
couple people hanging out in Arkansas. Is all I'll say.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta jump down.
All right, good night, ma'am.
Good night, Mab. Sleep good.
I will.
I don't. Sorry, Matt. Go ahead.
I gotta jump down because I'm tired.
Okay. Get some rest, Mab. Have fun tomorrow with your niece.
Have a good night, Matt.
Peace.
Bye.
Peace.
A lot of the indictments that I'm hinting at without saying any information because we don't know for sure. But the rumors that are going around are extending from what the DA has, the local DA actually has said. And there's hints that they can be related to either the boys or Summer herself.
And I think if they start bringing, unless they're at a point, they get to a point where they can't bring charges on Summer, then I think they'll wait and do it together. Because he himself said, it bleeds into the other case, and at this point, it's bled over.
Mm-hmm.
So if they're going to charge for one, if they can charge for both, they'll do it together. I think it's easier all around. You stack charges, and that's how you go about it. A lot easier.
Yeah, that's a possibility. Like I said, we don't know anything because nobody is going to know anything about that until the indictments are returned true bill and people get arrested.
Yeah, absolutely. All speculation, but just that's why I'm thinking have hope and hoping for.
Well, I keep seeing someone said she doesn't have a country accent. I think that's weird too. Because
she said herself she's a hillbilly.
Yeah. She goes, well,
and
She doesn't sound like any hillbilly I've ever met.
Do you know what the definition of a hillbilly is?
What is it?
A hillbilly is a
Have you met my family?
My last name,
A hillbilly is a person that lives west of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, going through Ohio, with the exception of the cities. That's a hillbilly.
Trev, I think that he's echoing through you.
I'm echoing through somebody. There we go.
All right. Okay, what's the definition of a hillbilly to you?
A hillbilly, no, it's not to me. This is textbook definition of what a hillbilly is. A hillbilly is a person that lives west of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and lives going through the state of Ohio, with the exception of the major cities like Cincinnati, Cleveland, the major cities in Ohio. Anybody that lives outside of those areas and west of Pittsburgh, that's a hillbilly.
Okay, I got you.
It's not somebody that lives in the South.
Okay, so you're saying that she might not have a...
No, what I'm saying is that she's telling everybody, without saying an exact area, a geographic region of the United States where she lives.
Okay, well, she said she didn't live in Tennessee, that her parents had a place in Tennessee, right?
None of Grandis's family lives in Tennessee. They live in Wisconsin.
Oh, okay, I got you. Okay, you're right.
But she was saying that Grandis has family living in Tennessee.
She was in Wisconsin. Okay, well, that makes more sense of why she wouldn't sound. Danielle says I'm a hillbilly. Well, Lori said she lives in Illinois.
Right. Grandis, the last time Grandis went up towards Wisconsin, she stopped, I believe, just outside of Chicago. Because that's where her brother lives.
Mm-hmm.
Trev, does that sound right to you? The brother that just got released from jail for SA.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe they told him he can't live in Wisconsin. He had to actually live just in Illinois.
Are you asking Trev?
General question, but I was trying to involve Trev back into it.
Sorry, I was trying to fix my audio. Is it any better?
Yeah, you're good. It's good now.
Okay. All right, say that again, RJ. Sorry.
I was saying that the brother that got released from prison for SA was told he could not live in Tennessee, or excuse me, Wisconsin. He actually had to live near a halfway house in Illinois, and that's where Grandis or Candy keeps going back and visiting.
That makes sense. And we know that all her roots are from Wisconsin anyway. I mean, that's where she ran to as soon as Summer went missing. Very soon after, she was up and back in Wisconsin.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's what you do. You know, your family goes missing and you go halfway across the country.
Well, exactly. Why wouldn't you? Good night, Beverly. Thank you for being here. I don't understand why she had to leave as soon as her granddaughter went missing. I'm talking about Grandis. Why she had to leave. I don't understand how they left for Arkansas with their daughter missing. And
I can give Dawn the benefit for leaving because maybe he had to go out of state for work, but there's no reason for Candace to have had to leave.
Okay,
She's not working, is she?
I won't give Don credit for doing anything.
He's not working right now either.
He ran from the state, so it wasn't even for work. He could have if he wanted to go and get work, he could have very easily gone out towards Nashville or all the way out towards Memphis and gotten work without any problems.
You think people out there would hire him though? That's what I was thinking. He's known in Tennessee because of Summer.
You're talking about You're talking about cities that are between 4 and 8 hours away.
Yeah, that would be a lot farther. I think he'd be okay there.
You're not going to have an issue where your name from the east side of Tennessee is going to follow you to the west side of Tennessee, unless the police come knocking at your door 10 times a week, and the neighbors start to ask questions.
No, I think it may follow you farther if you end up being named a suspect. Now, a lot of us, believe they are suspects, and because they haven't been cleared, but at the same time, law enforcement hasn't come out and named Dawn or Candace a suspect. But if they have been explicitly named suspects, then I think that follows you farther. I'm sure more people would be weary to hire you then.
I agree with Trev.
No, that makes sense.
And honestly, people keep saying, "Oh, they make great money for Tennessee." Not in Northeast Tennessee. He was making about $12.50, $15 an hour if you broke it down to an hourly wage. While you can live on that in Northeast Tennessee, that's not close to being what the average for somebody makes in Tennessee for his job. You're not going to see that kind of money until you go to Nashville or to Memphis or the western half of the state.
So you're saying he's making less than he was in Tennessee?
I'm saying he would be in the Northeast Tennessee. He's making less than average of what for his job would be. Somebody was going around for a while saying he made between $40,000 and $42,000 a year. Not in Northeast Tennessee.
Okay.
If he went out towards Nashville or Memphis, yes, then he would be making that much money.
Well, he says he can't find a job in Tennessee.
It's an excuse to get out of Tennessee.
Right.
I'm sure the only person that 100% may not hire him is his company he worked for, Tucker Drywall, that he talks about all the time. Mm-hmm. That may be an issue, but there's a lot more issues there because, he knows him. He knew him before Summer went missing. There were issues at the work site. So that may be one person or one company that won't hire you back. But I'm sure if he was in driving distance of this area, he could find somebody. But I could be wrong.
No, I 100% agree with you, Trevor. 100% agree with you. The problem is himself. It's Don Wells himself. He went and ruined himself.
Mm-hmm.
Reports of drug use on the work site. The reports of, his questions about his work mentality. The questions about, there's all these little details, and I'm not going to go over every single one, so I'm just skipping over them, that have come out where there was, his work ethic, the drug use, what he was actually doing.
Hard for him to find a job with him not being able to pass a drug test.
Right. Exactly.
Well, think about finding references. You're Don Wells, and you have to list 3 people that are going to vouch on your behalf about your work ethic.
Well, yeah, that's pretty true.
You fired one person, and he absolutely hates you. You got fired by another person that you're supposed to be working for 20 years, even though you haven't been living in the state for 20 years. Nobody would trust anything you say.
Right. It all comes down to character. I mean, it comes down to him, his decisions he makes in life, and the way he presents himself. That's what people see, and that's what's likely keeping him from getting jobs in general.
And how he gets on YouTube and shows his tail, it ain't helping anything.
Well, no, he goes on and admits to saying his steps, all those kind of things, and you're going to hear that and be like, sure, man, come on, work for me.
Yep. And also, imagine if he gets that hot-headed online and saying the N-word so freely and stuff. Imagine real life if he pitched a fit,
I'm glad you bring that up.
What?
Would you believe me if I told you that is only about 60% of the real Don Wells?
What do you mean? What part is only the real?
Only about 60% of the real Don Wells.
Him throwing fits and saying the N-word and...
What I'm saying is that his hot-headedness and his actual beliefs are way worse than that. That was just a mini explosion.
Right, that's what I'm saying. I bet it's 10 times worse in person.
Well, I've heard that locally, and whatever you hear, but here locally, early on in the case, before I even knew what true crime YouTube was, people were talking about how he was somebody they avoided anyway in this area, and that's before anything happened with Summer.
Okay.
Well, you can tell his own wife is terrified of him. So, what makes you think he wouldn't do it to anybody else?
Yeah.
Look back to how everything was while he was in jail. People talked freely. People talked openly about what was going on. And there was a big, huge sense of peace about people talking, with the exception of Candus. And it was trying to get information from Candus. And she was actually speaking and just trying to really open up right before Don Wells had got released.
Right.
And after that, it went to I would say, what was it, about a month, maybe 6 weeks later, at the most, when Don Wells started talking again, and everything went to chaos again.
Yep. So it's him. It's basically him. Do y'all think he's really having back problems and they can't work and they need money because they're going to be homeless in their car in 5 days? I think they need to go back to their home that they own in Tennessee if they don't have money to stay in a hotel if he can't work anymore.
Oh, no. There's problems with the home in Tennessee. Did you know about that?
What?
They haven't paid last year's property taxes.
Does that mean they can't live there?
It doesn't mean they can't live there. But they can actually start getting into some legal troubles if it starts mounting up higher and higher.
Yeah. Well, dang, it's only $200-something. You would think that they would have that if they're. Where's all of their money if they haven't? I don't know. I can't with them. Nothing makes sense.
It goes to substances. They don't pay their bills.
With interest, it's approximately $230, or if I remember correctly off the top of my head.
Yeah, $230.
Lean on me says she thinks that someone paid them. I wouldn't doubt that for a second that someone called and paid those property taxes for them.
Hold on.
I will say I can agree with him having back problems maybe because the line of work, construction is not easy. My husband does construction and he's nowhere near Don Wells' age and he comes home with his back hurting all the time. Now, does that mean it's true with Don? I don't know, but I can see that. I mean, he's getting older, so maybe he does.
Lean on me. Well, you heard the clip where, what was his name? The guy said that there were always the motorcycle guys. What was his nickname? The one that got drunk all the time, and his wife would kick him out of the house, and he'd go sleep in the sheds.
Billy from Light Holler.
Yes, a lot of people said that Billy and all those people were always on the hill outside partying at the Wells.
Yes, because Billy liked to stay drunk, and his wife refused to put up with him in a drunken state, and he would come and hide in the shed while he sobered up.
Right? Yeah, that's what I heard.
And y'all don't think I'm a Don Wells supporter by saying that because I am not by no means. But
no, you're being realistic. We can. If there's something that could be true about them, we would say it. We're not like trying to make them look like horrible people. We're just calling out what they're doing. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It does make sense, but let's be frank and honest. These are not people you would want to just run into in a town.
No.
They're not nice people. And I'm not trying to be rude.
I'm okay. I dropped my phone.
I was going to say, please tell me you're getting fall out of your chair.
I was trying to reach for my chapstick and my phone flipped in the air.
That really did sound. That really did sound like a chair fall.
I would have laughed.
I'm good. Oh, I would have been laughing too, y'all.
The property taxes are paid off now. It's at 0.
Oh, no way, Jose.
I just looked. Yep.
It's all these. They're supporters. They're little groupies. I'm sure somebody paid it, or they've collected enough money to pay it for them.
Think about this though. You have a house. You have 11 acres, 11 and a half acres, something like that, in a very quiet area. Your property taxes are $230. Wouldn't you have that paid in before it was due?
Yes. Yes.
Like,
yeah. I
as
mean,
soon as
if
that
they
bill
got taxes
comes
back,
in,
they should have paid it.
As soon as that bill comes in, that bill's going right back out the door. I'm glad to pay that $230 because you're not going to be able to go anywhere else but Northeast Tennessee, or maybe out in the middle of the desert in like New Mexico or Arizona, and have property taxes that cheap.
Well, that's because their priorities aren't straight like others. The first thing you would think of is a home to stay in and how lucky you are to have your property taxes that cheap, but they aren't thinking about that. That's not their first priority. You have to think they don't.
Neither are their kids.
No way. Jinky says Tim Mullins paid it, I'm pretty sure.
Of course he did.
The meteor manager, of course.
Wow.
Hey, he says the same meteor manager that said I was a suspect.
Oh my god. Thank you,
Trevor, I don't think you would hurt a fly, to be honest.
Trevor, they haven't heard half the things I say on my channel, have they?
No, Dawn, you didn't sound judgmental. It's the truth. Don't spend your money on substances and alcohol, and you'll have money, and you won't have to be homeless. Living in it. Why don't okay. The property taxes are paid. Why can't they go back home and stay where their house is paid off at?
They have no excuse other than
supposedly they can't afford to even get back home. That's what I've heard.
With that cash-out money, they can.
But then they said when he felt better that he'd be able to go back to work, and they'd have to drive all the way back out there, and they can't afford it.
But
That's just what I've heard.
But yet on a different program about a week and a half ago that he was on, I believe it was probably around 11:30 midnight-ish my time. And I'm not saying the channel name because I don't know how you feel about the channel or anything like that.
Oh, you can say channels.
White boy?
I mean, you can say it. My opinions are my opinions. You can say whatever.
Let me just mute.
The radio,
sorry,
the white boy lockdown or something like that.
Yes, white boy lockdown.
Okay, he's on with them, and during the course of the live, he starts talking to people that are staying in nearby hotel rooms,
Mm-hmm.
and it's under my belief and my understanding of my experiences of where I grew up. They start talking about an illegal substance deal in the middle of the live, and the host of the live had to remind them that he was live, and this is being broadcast live on YouTube.
Wait, who was doing a deal? Dawn?
Yes.
Yeah, he goes he said he had to go hook somebody up.
Yes.
He probably wasn't jumping their car.
Dawn said he had to go hook someone up, so that means he's dealing?
Yes.
Oh dear God.
And they're living out of a hotel.
Stream. You don't make this any easier for law enforcement than doing it on a YouTube live stream.
Right? Hey, sugar mama.
If he thinks they're not watching, he's lost his mind.
Oh, he does think they're watching. The other night on a channel, he said, I can't even say anything. CPS is in the chat right now. He's like paranoid of CPS.
Why?
See, now that leads me into believing the paranoia that he's been saying, the statements he's been saying are you might as well say it's a welfare check on the people that are around him, because the statements he's making are very worrisome, where it sounds like he himself is using some heavy stuff that's causing high paranoia issues.
METH.
Probably. And and I'm not trying to pretend I know anything and everything about psychology. Please understand. I probably only took an entry-level college class, so I have no basis of saying this other than paranoia can often lead to delusional behavior to somebody that's close.
Yeah. What's it called? Psychosis.
Yeah, I'm trying to avoid all the psychology technical stuff, but yeah.
Yes, I plead the fifth. I agree. And that's what RJ's saying too. Nasty, in my opinion. You can't agree with that one, Lean on Me? You don't think he's on any substances? Or which one? Or that he was dealing out of his hotel room?
No, I have no idea if he was actually dealing. He just said, I'm going to hook somebody up.
Yeah, it might have been just a one-time thing. One-person thing.
That is a possibility.
What about the tent?
Regardless, why would you say that while you're live?
Oh, there's no awareness there. Absolutely zero awareness whatsoever.
I forgot.
I mean...
Maybe CRACK. Y'all, I don't know the differences. Honestly, I really don't.
Maybe ABC 1 2 3.
Yeah.
Regardless, it's something
red
he
fish,
shouldn't
blue fish.
freaking be doing.
1 fish, 2 fish, red fish, blue fish.
Allegedly. Opinions only. Yes, Rocket. Hey,
just go through the whole entire alphabet, and it doesn't matter what the substance is. It's the fact that he's doing so.
Exactly.
And I'm not trying to be mean to anybody. I'm not trying to be mean to anybody, but it's still the fact that he has a missing child in Tennessee. He's in Arkansas, and he's doing things that he was known for and rumored for, which I have spelled out on my channel.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm mumbling that on purpose.
Mm-hmm. Wait, why?
But he's always been a drug. Because I'm not trying to plug my channel on you.
Oh no, Tutti Frutti put your channel in chat. Guys, this is RJ goes deep into this. If y'all want to hear more about it, go over there and look and listen to his videos.
I'll go ahead and say that I'm a local from Hawkins County. And that I don't hide that I'm from Hawkins County. I've heard quite a bit of information, and it's all been when I can prove that information, as far as not being just a substantiating it from just a local rumor. I've gone ahead and said to put that information out there on my channel.
Well, I want to ask you two real quick, what Casper's talking about. Have y'all heard about Dawn in Utah and the homeless people tents? I heard something about it, but I can't remember the specifics. Have either of you heard that?
What is this again? I'm sorry.
Okay, Casper says, have y'all heard about Dawn in Utah and the homeless people tents? And I heard something about that. It might even have been from Casper. I can't remember. She said it was told that he used to let them stay on his property. So maybe the shed was for the same thing. Like substance users, you're saying, Casper?
From all the information I know, he never actually had property in Utah. He was always staying on family property.
You're okay laying on me. Yeah, he didn't have his own property in Utah. I don't think. But go ahead.
I was going to say the family that he stayed with, it was always like you heard about when he went to Utah before the whole before Jose had been staying on Ben Hill Road, where he had taken a trailer and was living on a trailer on family's property with his oldest boy. It was always something along those lines. He never had like a true brick and mortar type of building. He always stayed in a trailer or in a tent or something along those lines himself.
Okay, RJ. No, sorry. I thought when you stopped you were finished. I was just trying to get out that Darzilla says that Justin did a live about it, and it was actually in Arkansas with his ex-wife that he let people stay on his property.
That I have heard.
Okay, I knew I heard something about it, and then Jinky says Dawn and some of his close neighbors on Ben Hill have trafficking backgrounds. And that I've heard a lot. I don't know.
Yeah, he was a runner.
Mm-hmm. What?
He was a runner. Not like a marathon runner, but a different kind of runner.
You say Bolt.
Human being?
I was just kidding.
Like a substance runner. I think is what
there you go.
Okay, I heard that too. I probably heard that from one of your lives, that he was a substance runner.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, I thought you were saying humans.
No. I'm not. No. Well, okay. There was that happening on the property as well. But it's a lot of more of substance than it was the human style, the kind that happens legally in Vegas or Nevada, somewhere in Nevada. I'll just word it that way.
Whether Don was doing that or not, we don't know. But he's been charged with the substances, right?
Well, okay, so if you recently go back into lives what Don Wells was on, he actually admits and says that it was a mistake getting involved with one particular female that is not far away from where Ben Hill Road.
JS?
No. I don't remember the female's name. If Trev does, he wants to jump in here, go ahead.
Is it the one that he supposedly cheated on Candus with that just got arrested?
I think so.
Trev, do you know who I'm talking about?
I think I know who you're talking about.
I just saw.
I don't know a name.
Okay.
But there's also speculation that seems likely, and I'm going to be very cautious about wording this, about
Crystal Spencer. Yep, there you go.
There you go.
Thank you. I plead the fifth, and Danny.
Yes, that's the name I wasn't coming up with, but thank you very much. So there was also rumors that he would visit places and not just substance places, crash houses, if you will, that he would go visit going all the way down and through Knoxville. So there's a bit of a history there.
I heard that, you know.
Aren't these the same runs he was taking his kids on? The boys?
Yeah, I heard that too.
So usually if the family went, he went down to Pigeon Forge. And they were going to just go and get out of the Tri-Cities area for a day. Pigeon Forge is close enough that if they left early, they can get there and be there for a day. Usually this is a kind of a deal where he would take his car, the Subaru, and he would go work for a part of the day and then go down there for other reasons.
Okay, I plead the fifth. I also heard he picked those types up with his kids in the car. I mean, it's allegedly. I heard it somewhere.
Yeah. I've heard I've heard it wasn't with the kids, but I've heard there was trips.
Oh yeah, there were for sure trips. I just want to know, like, I would be interested to know if he did it with the kids in the car too.
God, I hope not.
That would be, oh my gosh, but it would not surprise me.
You and me both.
Lean on Me says I'm
seems
still
to be a thing with that family, so the whole family, not just Don. So I wouldn't be surprised.
Yep. Lean on Me says I'm still just a little bit concerned about a cartel type being around Dudley. Dudley said Jose was there the weekend before dating Grandis. 2 neighbors said Hispanic males hung out. Something said Grandma had a girlfriend. I think it was a boyfriend, like another Jose. I don't know. Y'all, I think they had all kinds of people in and out of that house. Yeah, a mule. That's a good word for it, Brittany.
So there was a Beach Creek Road is kind of like a street for those who have not been there. It is a county numbered street, but it's a pass-through street. Usually, unless cops have business beyond that, they may be there twice a day to patrol, 3 times a day, something along those lines, just to patrol the area. But majority of the time, it's not anything. The traffic that flows through there is very light, and you're going through that area to bounce down back roads to get to like Johnson City if you're trying to avoid the highways. It's not it's not a densely populated area. I'll put it that way. So it's very easy to go get away with things and having traffic routinely visiting the property.
I keep thinking, guys, the only thing that worries me about me being so like gung-ho on it not being an abduction is the dogs, you know, the Central stopping right at the road like she was thrown into a car. I keep going back to that. If that were ruled out, I would 100% not believe that it was an abduction, but I keep going back to that. Why did the dog stop at the road? You know?
I honestly don't know the answer to this, and it's just a question. How long does a scent last for a scent dog to be able to pick it up?
Right. Well, let me Google it. How long? Okay, so I also wonder, how did they know it's the most recent scent? It says the majority of recent scent trails where these dogs actually found the lost person or criminal were basically hours or a few days old. But there's so many other questions, like what if she ran down that hill playing the day before, and that's what they're picking up? You get what I'm saying?
So you said that a few hours to a couple days?
Yes. Hours or a few days old.
I'm going to have to stick with what I think of what happened. Summer never got out of the truck that day.
That's what I think, especially after hearing what do y'all think about Grandis's friend's alleged story that Grandis told her? Footprints do not stop at the road. No, the scent. And
so,
go ahead.
The reason I'm saying that let me go. I don't know what you're talking about, but by what Grandis's friend. So let me, because Danny just was asking a question based off what I was thinking. She was saying that the footprints do not stop at the road. Here's the thing, and this is where Jose's story actually comes into play and makes a lot of sense. It fills in a lot of background information that we did not know about the lifestyle and how they lived on Ben Hill Road. He had said that there was numerous times that, contrary to what the Well said, that they would have to go chase down Summer because she would go running around on Ben Hill Road. She would actually go off the property and go running up on Ben Hill Road. And he went as far as to say that she was, and guys, I apologize if I don't know if you have a prepared trigger warning or somebody flashing one up or whatnot, but his story is that she would actually go running around naked.
Yeah.
4 or 5 years old, she would be naked running around on Ben Hill Road.
Didn't Jose say that?
That's exactly what I'm saying. How his story comes into play and is important.
Right. I agree with that. What do y'all think the footprints were hers? What I can't remember the specifics on the footprints that were found on the property.
On the property or off the property?
I don't know. Someone said the ridge lines. I thought it was at the end of the driveway. Towards the end of the driveway in the mud was where one was found. I played the fifth says that's why I don't think too much about the footprints because they could have been older. Did you hear anything about footprints, RJ? What footprints did you hear about?
I heard about the footprints back on Sherfy's property, which if you were looking at a map of the property on the east side of the property, excuse me, no, that would actually be west side, my apologies, where the power lines go up. And off to the right on the road that's back there, not Beach Creek, but the road that parallels Beach Creek. I'm drawing a mental blank. I apologize. There's a trailer back there where Sherfy was staying, or his girlfriend was living, or boyfriend, whatever. There was supposedly a footprint found back there. But yes, Mary Sexton. Thank you, Lean on Me. That is where the footprint had been found. Yes, Simpson Road. That's it. Simpson's Loop. supposedly there had been a footprint on that one of the scent dogs hit on. I've only heard of it mentioned twice. One was by another creator, and then the other time was by Don Wells, who was a bit ticked off that information had gotten released by a creator because of it was supposedly not supposed to be getting released or talked about.
Okay.
I'm going to mute myself for a few moments. I will be right back.
Okay. The reason I don't think she got hit with a car is because wouldn't they smell that in the road? Wouldn't the dogs run straight to that spot? Wouldn't there maybe be blood? I don't know, Trevor. What do you think about the footprints, Trevor?
I don't know. I go back and forth on that. It's like, could there have been, from that day? Who knows? But at the same time, if there was enough evidence that there were enough footprints or evidence in a certain direction, you would think that would lead them to say that they are under the belief that she wandered off, and they didn't. They said that anything's on the table, but nothing, specific. You don't leave other things on the table if you are almost sure one thing happened. I mean, if you had like a trail of footprints going off in the woods that look like her size, okay, she walked off. But there was no clear trail, it seems like, because it never led to that being their mode of investigation only. They kept saying everything's on the table, we need tips, everything's on the table, even after that. So I just don't hold too much weight in it because it doesn't seem like it, at least publicly, turned the investigation.
I don't know how much we can put weight on. I don't know what facts we have.
Yeah.
If they read far enough into the footprints going to the end of the road and stopping, or the scent or whatever, they would have said abduction. It's not said that either.
Wait, say it again, Huntress. You faded out at the end.
So I said, how they're saying the foot or the smell of the dog from the dogs, not the footprints.
Mm-hmm.
If it ended at the road and they believed that was recent, wouldn't they have gone with abduction? And they did not.
Yeah, that's a good point too, because that means that someone threw her in the car and left with her, which would be an abduction.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And that means, and they would have said, because they said basically there's no evidence. They didn't say they're ruling it out, but they said they have no sign of abduction, and that would be a sign I feel like they would categorize that as a sign if they really thought that, if that really led them to believe that. That's just my thought.
And it's important to remember on that, and I'm walking into half that point there, to remember that if the CAR team had ruled this as being a possible abduction, you would have had 6 different law enforcement agencies being in Tennessee deep diving on Summer Wells and her family and the surrounding area. And when I say 6 different agencies, you probably can sit there and go rattle off like 4, maybe 5. But because of this being a minor and there potentially being SA trafficking, the Secret Service would have gotten involved.
Right.
That's how far up this would have gone if the card team had deemed that this was an abduction issue.
Now, Maria, they haven't ruled it out, but I think they would have said that it was an abduction if they thought that's what happened.
I believe their word was there's no sign or evidence of abduction, one or the other, I think is how they said it, but they didn't rule it out.
Why would she have been heard on a roof?
Well, Dawn has said that she plays on the roof of the house.
Yeah, okay, you're right. You're right. So that's what Danny means if she were heard on a roof. How did she get on the roof to play? That's neglect. You're not watching your kids. Was he up there with her?
Yeah, I've never heard about her being on the roof.
I did. I heard him say that she would. I heard someone say that Dawn stated she would play on the roof. I did not hear it from his mouth, so it's allegedly, but I did hear her say that someone say that she would play on the roof. It's coming from Dawn.
I mean, think if he's in construction, which obviously he is he might have ladders everywhere. She could easily get on one and climb. My 3-year-old isn't scared of anything. That child would climb a ladder to the roof.
Have you seen pictures of when Summer was on Ben Hill Road and towards the beginning of her disappearance?
Which ones?
Just the pictures of the property in general.
I think we've seen all the pictures.
There's pictures of Don Wells where he was actually looking like they were actually doing new construction on the house, where he was working on what looked like foundation wall. There was a lot of construction equipment. Other than the scaffolding that was actually used for the front steps or entranceway, I don't ever remember seeing a ladder anywhere. It was all ground construction. It wasn't anything needing a ladder.
I don't know. But Darzilla says she asked to go play on the roof, and he said, okay, I heard it. Where did you hear that? In a video or a call, Darzilla?
I know Dolly had said something about it.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Dolly did say that Dawn told him that she played on the roof.
I think he said it recently on a live, too. He was talking about the CPS visit on the 14th, and then said something about how Summer asked to go on the roof, something along those lines.
Yeah. So it was on, he said it on Nana's Angels, too.
I almost want to say that's why CPS was called previously, because of the roof thing, but I'm not entirely sure.
Hey, Girth. I don't know any roofers in here.
Girth.
The whole you, Huntress, I think you were asking a question there about the property. What was the comment you just had? I apologize. In my mind, I was thinking through what you were saying, and all of a sudden, I'm drawing a blank.
Oh Lord, I don't even remember. I am too. Don't feel bad.
So everyone's saying he said it about them playing on the roof on a live on Nana's Angels. But Dreamweaver said that he told her that he had put the kids up one at a time so they could look at the scenery. But I heard that
that's what I was saying, RJ. Go ahead and I'll tell you.
Okay, I heard that he said that she would literally play on the roof. Okay, go ahead.
I was saying, is that not why CPS was called? Because she was seen on the roof.
The answer to that is no. CPS was out there supposedly to close a case that had everything to do with two things. The incident that happened in October, that Candus had called 911 on DV. And the second was that there's an alleged, and you're not going to find any reports, this is why I'm saying alleged, a CPS case where there was a complaint or they were given information that the kids were allowed to run around with loaded pew-pews. And that is what has been leaked, so to say.
No, I have heard that. I heard that it was BB.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't heard that.
That it was that leaked, that is why CPS was involved, is to make sure that the kids were safe from those incidents and those reports.
Okay. I
heard that the boys were shooting BB pew-pews at people is why they were called.
Okay. So what about the case was about to be closed, or CPS was scheduled to come the day after someone went missing? Or either
that has everything to do with the October DV incident.
Okay.
And that is supposed incident that I was just mentioning.
Okay. Well, the thing is with that is if CPS was planning to come the day after Summer went missing, then that could play a huge part in why she went missing. If that's true. But I don't know if they plan visits like that.
I always thought they just showed up. I didn't know if CPS made planned visits or not.
They do make announced and unannounced visits. If they're just going to come out and do a final check and close a case, that probably would be an announced visit.
Okay.
Because they're just finalizing paperwork and then sending it off to Nashville to be finalized.
Okay, RJ, let me ask you this. Do you think it's truly closed now that they've got the boys, or do you think this is just a whole nother case?
If it involved the boys, they've just cracked that wide back open. And they've just gone ahead and said, look, we have all this history and we need to take a look at, as far as the care for the boys, we need to take a look at all of it. I believe that the reason the Wells boys were taken away from 110 Ben Hill Road had nothing to do with what Don Wells had said. It has everything to do with the conditions of living on the property, and that they were not being treated and supervised and taken care of as they should have been.
Girth, I think it's just Huntress's mic on her phone. She kind of goes in and out in the middle of talking. It's being weird tonight.
My internet just went out and came back in too.
So that's why.
Probably didn't help.
I've not had an issue hearing you, but that just could be me.
Oh, that's good. The pew pew thing was when Fred shot that dude in the back of in the neck, I thought, and then Sherfy was talking about pulling a pew pew on JS, and that's all I ever heard about a pew pew out, and then CBS with the boys. I don't know. There's been so much that's happened on that hill.
Okay, so the Fred Hill thing was purely a self-defense thing. He had his child with him in the truck, or his wife in the truck, and the person that he shot was getting extremely hostile and actually making threats to him over the land egress that they had for the driveway. He had actually been cleared of those charges, from what I understand, years ago, or was on probation or something like that. But it was really deemed like it was self-defense, and it was completely reduced to nothing. To discharge, like a discharging a pew pew type charge, and that's it. It had nothing to do with any bodily harm or anything like that. Sherfy, yeah, there's no threat there because he cannot have weapons. I'm just going to leave it as that.
Are you talking about Dawn?
No, I was saying Sherfy.
Sure. Oh, okay. Well, Dawn can't have them either, though, right?
No.
Correct. Although they have a muzzle loader, or they did have a muzzle loader at one point, which goes back to that October. It goes back to that October DV incident.
Okay, so is that the same incident with the guy with the pew pew in the neck and stuff? Was that what they were talking about with all the people in the road?
The Fred Hill incident was years ago. Something like.
Okay, so what is
put a date to it, like 2004.
Okay, so on the 14th, I'm guessing the June 14th, the day before she went missing, is what I believe the 5th is talking about. Dobbs said it was like a group of people in the middle of the road on the 14th. It was a thing with Dobbs and JS and Andy, and then all the neighbors came down. Like a fight? Like an argument? JS would start drama on the hill.
I know that there was something that happened on the 14th, but I don't know the details of it. I'm still investigating that, and I've got to go back and do some actual legwork on it. So other than I know there's an incident that happened on the 14th, I don't have a good answer for that.
Okay. Everyone's saying that Sherfy did have a pew-pew on his hip when he was confronting someone. That's when Dawn was there to buy the property.
Pew-pew.
Oh. They were going to fight, but Dobbs left and never came back. I just almost lost it. They ran him off his own property. Can't you rock a pew-pew as a felon? I don't know.
No, as far as I'm concerned, as far as I understand, you're not allowed to have anything as a felon except for an AR.
I love
Rifle.
SpongeBob. Didn't they have a party on the 14th? That would be everyone in the road trying to fight, I'm guessing. Rocket.
Yeehaw.
Trev. Yeah, Brooks, as far as I know, because I know felons that hunt, you're only allowed to hunt with a rifle, or not a rifle, an air rifle or a bow.
Yeah, there's something about like a antique weapon that you can have.
Or a muzzle load. You can have a muzzle loader.
Right.
You can only have so much powder on you.
Oh,
Right.
that's what Don had when it was the DV incident, right? A muzzle loader.
Right, but because he was making threats with it, it became a whole different scenario because he was threatening people with that. And if he was hunting, no harm, no foul type of deal.
Mm-hmm.
Although there's really nothing to hunt in this area.
No deer? I can't take SpongeBob seriously.
There is deer. There are bears. There's coyotes. There's foxes. There's all the normal you would expect in the middle of nowhere. And with mountains. But nobody, unless you're going to go hunt a squirrel for some stew, nobody really does that. Well, yeah, Trev, you know
a
that
BB gun would take that out.
You know that's the truth though in this area.
Oh yeah, no, it was just funny.
But it's the truth.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, the muzzle loader or whatever lean on me. Is that the one she told on him for having that? Well, why am I confused? I heard that he had one and he had bullets in the safe and he was freaking out about bullets not being his in the safe, but they were his.
Yes, because as
he
a
was
felon,
making threats.
And as a felon, you get 5 years per bullet that you have in your finger.
Yeah. So I think he had a pew-pew.
Well, we know Don's a real rule follower, so we should just leave it at that. He definitely followed all the rules.
Yeah.
I don't know. I hope they did. Search for gunpowder.
They can search for and weigh the gunpowder to see how much he has with the muzzleloader if he's trying to use it as a weapon against another person. But it's like one of those deals of they would have to go and obtain a warrant, but if it was on him or an open view, like he had a kit, like a toolbox or a tackle box, and it happened to have a cleaning rod and other items for the muzzleloader. Oh, and it had some packets of black powder. That they can actually use that as evidence because it's plain sight.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, RJ, this is a question for you and Trev. Dumpling may even know, but Brooks is asking, did they test either one of their hands for gunpowder?
Don't know that. It was a DV incident going back to October, and they had enough evidence to arrest him.
No,
I think he's referring to Summer disappearing.
Mm-hmm.
I can't say that they did, because the only information about the muzzleloader goes back to the DV incident in October. I believe actually that if there was a video made, and I don't remember which one it is, but you would see it hanging on a wall above the TV, or where the TV was in the downstairs at one point.
Okay. Even if you are a felon, your wife can still have a pew-pew legally. If she does not have a felony, there's ways to get around that. I thought that they couldn't have one in the house.
They're not allowed to have it in the house. They have to have it in their possession at all times, or in a locked box that no one knows the passcode to but them.
Right.
I have a friend that is a felon, and his wife has gone through the same thing, so I know a little bit about it.
Okay.
It's not me, I swear, but
No.
Speaking from experience,
I sound like I know too much over here, but I swear it's not me.
Andres, no, look, it's life experience when it comes to true crime teaches you a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah,
it's a lot of information that I get is because of I lived in bad neighborhoods.
Mm-hmm.
So I saw a lot of things happen, so it's taught me a lot. So there's nothing wrong with sharing that information.
Show me your face.
Well, you just know how these,
just real quick.
You know how these trolls are, so
okay.
Let me clear the air and make sure they don't think it's me.
We got Josh.
What's happening?
dude.
Hello, Josh.
Listen,
Hey,
some
how
of
are
my
ya?
favorites. All
RJ.
three of y'all.
How are you?
I'm doing good, man. How are you?
Very good. It's nice to meet you.
Lean on
Nice
me.
to meet you
Says
as
I
well.
said the G word. You're okay.
I heard you guys talking about that little gunpowder or that little incident with Donnie Boy. I actually just talked to him not that long ago about that specific incident. And apparently it was a black powder gun.
That makes sense why there was black powder in his possession.
Yeah, so it was a black powder gun. It was in his truck and on his property, but when they called to, like, when the domestic violence situation happened, I guess Grandis said that he had a gun in the truck, and he did.
Yeah, okay.
And he could have a black powder gun on property, but you can't have it in your vehicle. He can't, at least. So that's why he was violated. And so he was on probation for that.
That's why I went back to jail too, wasn't it?
Well, he was drinking and driving, so they got him for that, but then he violated his probation, so then he had to do like 8 months or something like that.
See, guys, I told you, Don's such a rule follower.
He does well. He does well most of the time.
Which is that's the conclusion we were actually coming to, was that he had a muzzle loader that had he would have had black powder, which is we were saying that was the only possible way he could have had. In a hypothetical, we were saying it that he was able to have a pew-pew on the property in general,
right?
But because it was weaponized against a person, or a person felt it was going to be, it became a different legal issue.
Correct. Right. So imagine that guy having a gun for any reason.
No
Scary.
way.
Dude, yeah, he's just this whole thing feels like it's coming to a head, though. I feel that for some reason.
Oh, it is.
He seems to be spiraling, I feel like.
Oh God, he's been spiraling since he was.
Okay, well, yeah, but I mean,
I don't know,
recently
6.
Okay, well, fair enough.
But yes,
like,
the spiral.
recently
He's circling the
been on,
drain.
Girth, I didn't see Girth in the back, and he just commented in back chat, and I was so confused. I'm sorry, Girth. There you are.
No, I'm good. I'm listening to you folks.
With the J.
I was asking about the gunpowder. So.
Okay, so the reason I don't think they tested any hands, I don't know if they did or not, but the reason I wouldn't think they would is because when
they wouldn't have had to. They wouldn't have had to because
who got shot?
Right.
Right. Not only that, but because of it being in plain sight, there's no need for a warrant. The clear violation of the law is that he had it in a vehicle. As Josh was saying, he could have it on property, but not in a vehicle. So there's no need for them to test anybody's hands for any sort of powder burns or anything like that, or as evidence of powder on them, because the plain sight was the evidence they needed. That was it.
Yeah, and it's like the Murdoch case. Well, 2 people were shot, so yeah, they're gonna test Alex.
Yep.
I would assume they also didn't test the parents because they didn't find blood to.
Yeah, there's no indication that anybody. So yeah, there would be no reason to test that. But if like there was, say Jody Sue heard a gunshot from where she was, and she said she heard a scream, but you would hear a gunshot probably ring out for quite, especially a black powder. That thing's from like the friggin' Civil War. It's like those things are so loud. There's like, and
yeah, she heard a scream. She'd hear a gun
for sure. Even if some people say, "Well, she didn't hear a scream," I don't even want to debate that. I don't even care. But what I'm saying is that she would hear a gunshot. Most people would. It's like looks like there's a valley right below that that hill, so it would echo pretty well. But no, but that's why Don went to jail for like 8 months, because of that. Grandis did not. Where was his vehicle when they found it? It was on his property.
Yeah. And to back up what Josh was saying there, I've been out there, and sound travels very easily, but you quickly lose to be able to distinguish what a voice says. So imagine if, for those that don't know what that black powder could possibly sound like, imagine a firework going off but only on ground level. That pop that it gives off, that's the kind of sound, the intense sound that it would be at ground level.
Yeah,
I would think
the problem would be not knowing where it came from, like what direction. That would be a little more tough, or much more difficult to be able to tell.
You don't think it would echo through the?
It would echo, but you don't know where it. Like, it would be hard to tell where it originated.
It would be like Huntress talking.
Am I echoing?
No, you're not.
I'm just messing with
you.
No,
y'all don't play with me.
The point I'm making though about being like a voice, but it travels, but you quickly lose to be able to distinguish the voice is saying, is exactly what Josh was saying in a different way. I was trying to give it an example somebody might understand better than just the firework going off.
Mm-hmm. Right. Absolutely. You live out there, yeah?
I'm about 10 miles away from where the Wells property is.
Okay,
so less than 10.
So you know the area decently well.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen a couple of your videos where you talk about like the back roads that Don would have had to take, and from everything that I hear, that guy drives like he acts, which doesn't surprise me. I used to have an uncle that would when he would take me camping. I was really little. He would have like a cooler in his front seat, and he'd always like pop open a beer, and he goes, "Only one. I only drink one on the way." And like I never thought about it until I got older. I was like, what an asshole.
Gosh, they were also saying that Don in real life is more like he acts when he's throwing fits online.
Oh,
rather than normal.
Don is can be a very, very nasty person.
I can imagine. That's what I was saying. That's
And it's
why
worse. Yeah, it's worse. I mean, I've read this guy's 1994 criminal report where he allegedly, and when I say allegedly, it was written in the report that was signed by his wife Pam. I mean, how violent he really is, and maybe that's alcohol induced, but I mean, he cracked her nose, he choked her, there was in the report it says that she was holding a baby, which was his daughter at the time, a very young baby, and he was still beating the hell out of his wife. I mean, that's crazy.
Can you elaborate a little bit more?
No, I don't think. I mean, I don't think so.
I mean, that was pretty solid.
I said what I said.
No, I mean, what do you mean? He beat the hell out of her. He choked her. He wrapped his hands around her neck. He punched her allegedly, and then in the police report, the police officer said that there was blood all over her shirt, dripping from her face. That the bridge of her nose was cracked. Yeah, he was just and that he kicked the door open, chased her, all kinds of stuff.
Jeez, what is this thing with kicking doors?
Don't break my door.
He told me I kicked all the doors down. I kicked all the
I was waiting for that.
So many doors in this case.
Throw it in me in the punch, guys.
Dude,
and then I kicked another door.
Don't break
They
my
just saw you
door,
throw me in the
bitch.
punch.
I was waiting for that one.
The way he talks to her is crazy. The way they talk to each other is crazy.
He talks to anyone. It's insane.
Not even going back to that 1994 police report, but he is just a vile person.
Yeah.
I was making an example of this is only about 60% of his true self earlier. I've had people where they say, "Oh, I'd love to go out and meet the Wells," and I've had to warn them because I'm telling them, "No, you really do not want to go out and meet the Wells. You're seeing a fraction of what you would experience in real life."
Right. It's like people are like, I wonder what when Iran banned Americans from traveling to Iran, everybody was like, "Oh, our summer plans are ruined." I mean, who the hell's going to want to? Why would you want to go meet them? Why would you want to go to Iran?
Exactly.
Doesn't sound exactly keen of us. Maybe we don't.
And by the way, you'd probably be a little safer in Iran.
Yeah, you would.
You could. Tetanus is waiting for people on that hill.
I'm going to the hill.
Have fun.
You gonna go by yourself?
So I don't know names, but the gentleman that's from there,
RJ.
RJ.
Well, there's two of them.
I mean, did you know of their family prior to any of this or anything like that?
No, I have not ever met the Wells. Everything I have said is based upon what I've actually heard from people that do know the Wells, indirectly from reputation around the town, all backed on what I can actually prove. And which, if you pay attention to what the Wells are or how the Wells act, alone proves what I have put out there.
What's your theory
on what happened?
Yes.
It's exactly what TBI told Don Wells. It's an accident that they covered up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So how do you cover up an accident with a child?
You get rid of the accident.
Yeah.
Okay. So what happens when you
or
do
not
that?
the accident? You get rid of the child that the accident happened to.
Right. Okay. So what's that look like?
You leave a child in a car in an 83-degree temperature for 45 minutes to an hour. That car radius is up to 124, 125 degrees. that's enough of a temperature rise to affect the internal body temperature of a child and cook their brain.
Oh yeah, I think that's what happened.
And that's an accidental. That's accidental, and then a cover up. Well, I can't imagine what it would be because there's so many.
Getting rid of the body. That's really all there is to it.
Yep.
Obviously, I mean, who knows exactly what they did or whoever would do, but people. When look at little Kaylee Anthony. I mean, she covered up whatever happened there.
Yep. Well, what I was saying
is
that
was her throwing it into the bushes or throwing her into the bushes.
Guys, we got to remember. Sorry, I'm sorry, RJ. Go ahead and then I'll tell y'all. I
was going to say there's so many places that I can name around this area that I know have never been searched. Right. On the northwest side of Hawkins County, there is an old quarry mine. The mountains have huge caverns. Just to give you an example, over in Bristol, there's the Bristol Caverns, which you can go and explore. It's a state park over there, and you can see things like stalagmites, or whatever they're called. Rock growths in the internally in the mountain or the cavern. But there's a lot of old miners' entrances that have been boarded up and covered up and are no longer used, that have never been searched, or explored. And I'm not saying this happened. I'm just giving examples of what could have happened.
Perfect. That's that. I mean, because obviously cell phone records don't put them anywhere near that, right?
Correct, but it's also very easy to consider the age of some of the vehicles they have that don't have GPS tracking.
Yeah, there's not very many towers out that way either.
Right.
Yeah.
Correct. To leave a cell phone at home and use a vehicle or be using a vehicle that doesn't have GPS tracking to get anywhere you want to be.
I can see Don using a phone booth still. He looks like a phone booth kind of guy. Like if you're walking down the street and you're like, oh, there's a phone booth, and look, there's an asshole inside of it, and you're like, oh, that's Don Wells.
He probably knows about the one that exists in the middle of the desert.
Probably.
But that's a whole nother story.
Can you imagine how much heroin he's bought on a one of those phones? Like seriously.
Dear God.
It paid for itself 7 times over.
Well, there's that live that I was mentioning earlier about a week and a half ago where it looks like he was conducting a deal on the live.
No way.
You mean it looks like it? You mean he was?
Well, I'm being nice to Dumpling's channel here and saying it could have been.
I didn't see it.
No,
Okay.
he clearly was.
What about guys? Why
He
can't
said I'm about to hook somebody up.
what Trev?
Sorry, I didn't hear you talking. It was the second one.
What did you say though?
Oh, I was just telling them that Don had said he was going to go hook somebody up. That's what RJ is referring to.
Yes.
Okay, so what I was saying was I can't get it out of my head what Grandis told Ziggy about the story. That makes the most sense to me. She didn't feel well. She fell asleep before they got home.
How do we know? How do we know that Grandis told her that?
We don't. But that's the theory that makes the most sense to me.
Whose theory?
Well, Grandis's story. If she really did tell Ziggy that.
This is also the Ziggy you're referring to that's a friend from Wisconsin or wherever.
And apparently someone also told me that the same Ziggy put a deer carcass in her yard. Did something crazy. I don't know. All I know, if that's the truth, if apparently there were text messages from Grandis that she showed, screenshots.
Ziggy V, right?
I guess if that's the same friend that Grandis, she earned her trust.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I believe so. Ziggy.
So what? So I somewhat do remember that because it was kind of like a big deal, and then everybody realized, well, everybody's full of shit, so it doesn't mean anything anymore. What exactly do you remember about those?
About the messages?
Yeah. So her theory was that she fell ill, called Dawn. Dawn came to pick her up, left with her, and that was it.
No. Okay, so she said that when they were leaving the swimming hole, Summer started saying she didn't feel good. They ran their errands. They dropped Hunter off. She fell asleep right before they got home. Candus got out of the truck, took groceries inside and everything. Summer never got out. And as soon as they got home, Candus was calling Dawn saying, Summer's sick. Should I take her to the ER? And Grandis says she's going to go lay down and take a nap. And then Candus takes off with Summer in the truck, still asleep, and had not gotten out at all. And then my theory would be she met Dawn and they made a plan. You know, that's what I remember from her story.
Yeah.
But it's just another theory that we don't even know if those messages were sent or if Grandis told anyone that story.
Well,
what would have been productive from that plan? I'm just curious.
Staying out of prison.
Yeah, trying to hide, cover
These
up
are career
neglection.
criminals.
Yeah.
Yeah, so exactly, they're throwing mud onto a dung pile, to try to hide the truth, and then when they finally do, this is my theory about it. When they finally do go ahead and decide that there's enough muck on the ground that people are having to wear full body suits, not just hip waders, to avoid all the mud, they're just going to finally come out and tell the truth. And it's going to be so much and be so deep that nobody's going to believe them at the point that they decide that it's time to tell the truth.
Yeah, I mean, Dawn, the story comes from Dawn. He's the one that orchestrated the story, from what I understand, as pretty credible, sources. It's not 100%, but like that, I've always thought that anyway. I've always thought that Dawn was like, I'm going to be the quarterback here and tell everybody what to do. Candus doesn't know what she can't handle it. And, I'm going to do this type thing. And I think they hate prison.
Why aren't they in an interrogation room right now? For example,
I think they already did that.
Yeah, but I mean, what are they lacking to bring it back? Because I mean, this has obviously garnered a lot of attention. Like, I've watched a lot of First 48s, for example, and 2 years later, some stuff gets
I think
solved.
they're working behind the scenes and they have more than we know, and something's going to happen. They're just going to hit them with it. They just need one more piece to make it concrete so it doesn't slip through the cracks. I think they know more.
My opinion.
They're also working on the boys' case too.
Yeah, I'm convinced they're waiting for everything to be done with the boys, and then
those things are so intertwined. Like when I heard that clip, and somebody reminded me of it the other day from WJHL or whatever the acronym is, that CPS is investigating the disappearance of Summer. CPS really isn't in the business of searching for lost kids. They're in the business of taking kids that are in harm's way out, which tells me that they think that that this whole CPS thing may be directly linked to why Summer went missing, or that the reason that she went missing involved CPS in some way, shape, or form.
Right.
That's how I take it.
When you have an investigation that includes, locality, TBI, and FBI, and they still have CPS come in, there's a reason for that. It's not like they were out of help. There's a specific reason, like you're saying, that they would have CPS investigating using their portion as well.
Yeah, I don't follow a lot of CPS cases, but I do know that CPS doesn't get involved in child or missing child cases unless under the circumstances that's the reason that the child is either the child was either killed or went missing because either of covering something up or an accident or whatever. So yeah, that's how I understand it.
Josh, if y'all have seen the Michael Monkey Vaughn case, his mom still has the rest of her kids. So they obviously don't just come and take your kid because you've got one missing.
Well, okay. Well, I'm going to come back to that point, but I have a couple points here. Josh is 100% right that they're playing a word game with what's going on, and that word game has everything to do with they're just using this to cover this. But there's there's more going on in the background. As far as you were saying that about where did it all break down, basically, where did this all go, and there was issues with the investigations. It goes all the way back to prior to Dr. Phil's show when Candus came out with, I believe she was met with the behavior panel, and she goes, "This isn't helping me." But that all, in my mind, all relates back to the fact that when the breakdown of communication with the TBI or Hawkins County Sheriff ended. And guys, please correct me if I'm wrong on the timeline, but I believe that was about September, end of August, September of 2021. And they were actually trying to encourage Candus, specifically Candus, to come back in for an additional interview. Not Don, not anybody else. They wanted Candus to come back in, and that's where they stopped communicating with the police.
Mm-hmm. Didn't she have to go like 3 times and they wouldn't pick her up?
Well, that was supposedly for the lie detector test because she couldn't pass it, as far as I remember.
Dang.
I've heard a couple things as far as the whole not cooperating, where Sheriff Lawson came out and said they weren't cooperating. And I'd heard at one point that it was, and nobody knows for sure, but that it was Candus that they tried to talk, that it was her that cut off the communication, where they tried to bring her in and she cut that line of communication. It may have been when Don was in jail, I'm not sure, but I think I've heard that she's the one who cut that there, and that's
defiant where the whole about it, and it was the whole, I don't know, and I've also heard, and I don't know if this is true or not, that she basically was like, "Am I under arrest or not?" Like she wanted to leave.
Almost in flippantly dismissing anything they wanted.
Yeah, supposedly she didn't even want to talk to the police that night. I mean, I've even heard Don talk about that.
She also refused to talk to media or news. She refused to be on camera
for 13 days.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, while you're sure that your child was abducted.
What's the most
You're
insane
convinced
thing
that
ever?
she was taken, and then you wait 13 days for that abductor to do whatever for 13 days. I mean, you can't make that up. It's ridiculous.
If my kid was missing, you'd have every media at my house.
And leaving the town. Sorry. Yes, I agree, Huntress. You would have everyone there, and you'd be talking to everyone, and you'd be showing your face and pleading for that baby. But also leaving the place that she went missing from. If she were abducted, I would never leave that place. I would wait for her or answers.
See, here's what I say is the major difference. You're bringing up Brandy and Monkey. Here's the major difference. Okay. I made a reference to slinging mud on a dung pile with the Wells. Mm-hmm. With Brandy, it was the complete opposite. They proved very early on they had nothing to do with it, in my mind, by the fact that they were standing up saying, they're standing next to the police. They were honest. They were open. There was no surprised look of a statement from anybody on anybody's face. No, that if you ever look back at the West Boys, what the foster parents had done, when they came out in press conferences, you always had that one. There was a moment where you had where one made a statement, the other one just looked, huh? Or the Wells themselves, where the WJHL interview we were just talking about, where Candus, Don says, "I don't know if she's ever going to be returned alive," and Candus looks over and just has that dumbfounded "huh" look on her face. Mm-hmm. There's always that moment of that, but with Brandy, it was, and I always forget his name, but with them, it was always, we're standing next to them. And when Brandy turned to social media, it was an attitude of, you're going to criticize me. You're going to run me through the ringer, but bring it on.
Well, so his case, Michael's case, was completely overshadowed by Summer.
Oh, his dad's name was Tyler.
Yes, Tyler, and they were and it was so. How this has played out was I was emailed by, I think Brandy had been on maybe one YouTube channel. I think one person had her on, and she was trying to get on other ones to talk, and because she just wanted help. And I got an email one day, and it was gave me the details of the case, and they said this mother is trying to get the word out about her missing son, and she sent me the article, and I read up on it, and so I was like, okay, well, that's really sad that we're not talking about it. So then I decided to do a live talking about it. And Brandy showed up in my chat. I hadn't even talked to Brandy. I emailed the person back and I said, yes, I would be happy to help spread whatever. But as I was talking to Brandy, and she was up on my panel, and she was crying, and the whole thing was just, it was miserable. You know what I mean? Like I was just sitting there like, she's broken.
Yeah, it should break your heart.
But that's exactly what I'm saying. Is she came into it knowing that she was going to be rung through a ringer, and her whole attitude was,
I think she already had been locally,
but I'm talking about on the social media type of picture. And she was like, bring it on, criticize me, do any. You're going to do so, but at the end of this, you're going to be behind me, because you're going to realize that I'm here to talk about my son, which is constantly something I've been saying on the saying that that's what Don Wells and Candus Well should have been all along. I'm here to talk about my daughter, and actually use her name, but never did, and that's how Brandy won people over.
Yeah. Yes. And another thing about that too was, she was actively seeking out people, and I remember telling her that like I was gonna pass her case on to the Cold Case Foundation, specifically McDonough, and the Fruitland Police Department welcomed the Cold Case Foundation in with open arms. They wanted the help. And
yeah, she's begged Dawn and Candace to let the Cold Case Foundation come in and help them.
Yeah, and there is movement. Go ahead.
I honestly believe that Hawkins County would welcome, and it always would have welcomed from the get-go. It's just Don and Candace were so,
I don't think they need it,
put offish about it. That they because they felt that he had used them more than anything else.
Right.
Yeah, they don't like Chris. That's the problem.
Yeah, and whatever. I mean, Chris was fine to them.
He was completely.
So when he, it was one of those things where I was extremely happy to be able to help in the smallest way. I did almost absolutely nothing except introduce a couple people, you know what I mean? And they brought in the Cold Case Foundation, which, by the way, doesn't just work cold cases. Like, they help all over, and it has provided some results. We're not we're not at a finish line or anything, but I do believe that we will be. I do believe that with Michael's case, and I do think that with Summer's case as well. One thing that I think is that the general public doesn't understand how long this kind of stuff takes, especially CPS cases. CPS cases take forever, and then couple it with what's going on with Summer. And I mean, you have yourself a lot of court, a lot of lawyers, a lot of entities involved. So, and by the way, when a kid goes, when a kid's turned over to the state, and from what I've understood, how Don said, I let them take my children. From what I understand, they had 24 hours to surrender them or they were going to jail. And so they turn the kids over. But what they don't do right away is go, what happened to your sister? Right? That's not what they do. They take them in, they get them settled. How you doing? What's your name? What do you like to do? You like sports? And then
they make them comfortable.
It's a progression. And trust me, as somebody that's been questioned by the police as a child, they give you teddy bears. They do all kinds of stuff. And
McDonald's,
all that kind of stuff, man.
They have a team of psychologists that tell them how to interact with a child correctly to produce a positive outcome.
Why do you think Don was trying to talk to Josie? He wanted to know what Josie said. That's exactly what it was.
Well, let me ask you, sleuths, because honestly, you guys are way more up on this. Everybody sitting here is, but all right. Let's say we arrest them both tomorrow. What does the case look like at this point?
Well, we don't know what evidence they have.
To me, the only thing they have on them right now is,
I think there's circumstantial
neglect.
evidence.
Or I think they have more than we know.
Right, but we don't know what it is. That's the thing.
No.
So we wouldn't, like, if they said, oh, well, we have DNA or we have, they could, who knows what they have? Who knows? But
do they have anything without a body? I mean,
yeah,
of course.
Oh, yeah. So there's a reason why Tennessee will not release the 911 call.
Yeah, one call, by the way.
Right. And if you go and
Candus did not call.
WJHL, within just a few months of Summer disappearing, had actually did a FOIA request, and they were rejected. And the reason the rejection was that without parental permission and persons of interest.
So you're saying that like it was a kid?
Mm-hmm. It's a minor, involving a minor, but they don't have parental permission to give that. And then they're also saying it's involving persons of interest.
Right. Wait a minute.
Either
they said that on the news.
WJHL reported that. Yes.
I want to find that, but that's interesting. It's,
I believe it's not.
It doesn't shock me, but I'm surprised that they reported that.
Wait,
I don't believe it's actually. I don't believe it's like a 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 10 o'clock news story. I believe it was just a story that they posted on their website that they had done a FOIA request.
I've got the article up here.
Good night, Mr. Jesse. Love you. Where, Trent?
So it says Lynn Campbell, Executive Director of Hawkins County Emergency Communications District, said the calls could not be released as of Wednesday. Now, of course, this is way back when they requested them. Now they're quoting her. This incident is currently still an active investigation. I am unable to release the requested information at this time. End of quote.
Okay, so I didn't hear anything about minors.
I'll drop the link in the chat so you can see it too, whoever. In the back chat.
There was a theory that one of the mods said whether or not to. Everyone thinks that Grandis wasn't at the swimming hole, and if she weren't, then her theory was that Candus and Hunter were doing stuff in the truck, and they were letting Summer swim, and she drowned while they weren't paying attention. I thought, y'all, every theory to me that's not nutso is worth listening to. I'm gonna look at that too.
Maybe RJ, what you're thinking is that the minor thing is it was about a minor, not that a minor called.
Yeah, maybe.
I wasn't saying a minor called. I was saying it was about.
No,
a minor.
I thought I just asked. I said, "Are you saying a minor called?" That's what I thought you said yes to that.
No, my apologies. I didn't hear your question. I was saying it was about a minor.
Gotcha. That's what that makes sense.
Okay, yeah. See, that's what scared me. I thought he was saying that he heard that it was about a minor. it contained a minor other than Summer, and that's why they couldn't release it.
No, I apologize. I wasn't clear on that. I was saying it was about a minor. I was saying there was not parental permission to release it being about a minor.
Right.
That makes sense.
So y'all don't think they could be arrested just simply on child neglect right now?
Yes.
I think there's enough evidence. June 1st is an important date. We were talking about this earlier. That is the date for the next grand jury.
Yeah, you know what? I've never understood that whole waiting for this grand jury thing. I don't know why people are so into that. You can convene a secret grand jury at any time.
You can, and
you
typically
would.
And typically, what happens?
They're not going to wait. They're not going to wait the 2 months. Like, hey, we're going to wait for our grand jury to come in. They would bring in a grand jury.
Like, why would you leave murderers on the street, right?
Yeah. Nobody knows when these secret grand juries really convene. I mean, I'm not saying that they don't go over stuff, but we're talking about like tractor theft and stuff.
Right.
When these high profile cases like this happen, a child case, they will just bring in they'll bring in a grand jury secretly. And nobody would know about it. And Alabama, my mom says in Alabama the grand jury only meets 3 times a year. That's the scheduled ones. Yes, correct.
So
but that doesn't mean that they couldn't put together a secret grand jury.
Most states, though, will go ahead and call back the previous grand jury if it's a secret grand jury, because they're still under oath or under responsibility until the next grand jury is put in place, which is why I believe everybody, in combination of what the DA has come out and said recently, is surmising that June 1st or the week after June 1st could be a very important date.
When did he say? I didn't see that.
It's not anything direct in one statement. It's been a few different statements. I don't remember exactly where it is. Trev, it's getting late, so my memory's getting a little jumbled of where things are located. But please, Jeff, if you know.
I know the older statement he made when they interviewed him, but you're talking about the DA, but I don't know anything of recent.
Yeah, I don't. The June 1st thing. That's what I'm wondering. I don't understand.
Yeah, no, I haven't heard anything.
Yeah,
I know that people look on the internet and they say, "Oh, look, the grand jury is convening in June." Blah, blah, blah. But what I'm telling you is, secret grand juries can be convened at any time. They do have scheduled ones, but that's just for stuff. I'm not saying that it's just for stuff, but that's for stuff on the docket already.
And stuff that you can wait for. You know what I mean? It's like something that can wait until June 1st. A case like this, if you are proving...
when they're ready to go, they're going to be ready to go.
Yeah, I mean...
They're not going to wait for the next cycle.
So what do you think they're missing? What do you think they're missing, Josh?
I just don't think the CPS case is done, and they have not found Summer's body, and that is a big deal.
Yeah, that is a big deal.
Absolutely.
They want her body. They want to find her, one or the other. Now when that becomes less likely, then they may move on to other charges.
Well, describe less likely, because it's been 2 years, right?
Yeah, but that's not uncommon.
For a 4-year-old?
2 years. What do you mean? 2 years for a case? Some
find
people
a
are found 25 years later. She's a little girl. She's not hard to hide.
Especially now. I mean, you got to think about, sadly, but what would she be now?
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
And they said she could fit in something as small as a laptop case, guys.
And you think that they were searching where they went back just because for the fun of it? There was something. There's something. They were looking for something, someone's, anything.
Something drew them to that location.
Yeah, again. I mean, they spent 2 days out there specifically.
Yeah. Yeah, they brought, I went down and saw they brought the incident command truck out. For
I plead the fifth. It took 2 years in the West Boys case.
Wait, they haven't found their bodies though.
No, but they were charged with murder because they had eyewitness statements, and I believe they had some DNA.
Right.
Also in Tennessee, if they have enough evidence
Maybe
that
they
they
don't have
can
DNA, I don't
they can
remember.
say that Summer is no longer alive, and they have enough evidence that they need her declared to be unalived, they do not have to wait for 7 years. They can go to the judge and say, "Here's the evidence. Will you go ahead and declare that this individual is unalived?"
Well, that's what's happened in the. I don't know if you're familiar with the Maya Miliete case.
Oh yes, very much so.
Yeah, they haven't found her body either, but she's presumed dead
Mhm.
because of the evidence. Now they don't need a body; they just need evidence. They don't have. It's become more and more common, these no body trials, because people are unfortunately pretty good at hiding bodies. And by the way, finding a body is hard. Like it's so hard to do. That's why they make deals with people, because they're like, we need you to show us where they are. And this is years later. They're just sitting out in the middle of a field somewhere, buried, 4 feet deep, at a place they've never even searched. So they've gotten to the point where just because you have successfully hid a body from authorities, they're like, that's bullshit. We still need to try these people when there's evidence proving. And I don't know if you guys are familiar with the D. Warner case, but her husband, like the evidence is stacked against him. He's still out. They're building a case on him. They just dug up. They're still searching for her. And if they don't find her eventually, they will put him on trial without a body using the evidence that they have. And that's just how it works.
Well, that's like that little boy, and I can't think of the name right now, out of Virginia. The dad's been charged with so many counts of neglect that he'll be in prison for the rest of his life. They can't find the baby's body. Yeah.
You have to have evidence to charge them with murder. But here's the thing. They can charge, the standard for murder and a no body is pretty high, it is. But you can also be charged with manslaughter. You can be charged with conspiracy. You can be charged with, evidence tampering, all kinds of stuff. They start out on the top, and whatever they can get to is what they're going to charge them with. Don and Candace are not going to make this out. They're not going to be unscathed through this whole thing. There's no way. There's been too many crimes.
Do you think they'll take a plea then for like?
Depends what kind of evidence they have. I don't think Don's the plea kind. I mean, he's 58. He might as well be 109.
No, that's true.
He just doesn't seem, but they're not going to, and I'm telling you this, if they're charged with crimes like child abuse and stuff like that, they're going to be locked up for a very long time. And you will be able to take solace in the fact that the reason that was found out was because Summer Wells went missing, and it's going to come back to bite them in the ass no matter what.
A little bit off the topic for a second, if you don't mind, Josh. I had mentioned my Millette earlier. Has Chris had done any updates recently with her sister? I don't remember her sister's name.
I think the last one was probably about 2 months ago. They're still searching. They're still doing what they need to do. Larry is going to be going on trial here shortly. And he was just requesting to see his kids. The court said, hell no. And then, but there is a lot of evidence against this guy. A lot. I think didn't they say that wasn't some of the evidence they had blood?
Yeah, he apparently had done it in the basement.
Yeah, of course he did. Psycho. Did you know that he was paying somebody in Bitcoin to put curses on his wife to make her feeble and crippled so she couldn't leave him? Like psycho.
Yes. I had actually covered this with somebody else that doesn't have a channel any longer. And we got into that type of topic way back when this was active. Or where they were still searching for her before they arrested him.
Right.
And we got into all of that. So it's unbelievable that he was doing that. It's just, what type? I mean, we're talking like, that's just a whole different level of crazy. let's be honest. I believe in some weird things, and I will admit I believe in weird things, but that is just a whole nother level of crazy.
That is.
Yeah, it's insanity. Similar to what's on the screen.
I was gonna say, who wants to take that?
I don't even care.
I agree. That is insanity. I do believe they will be charged. It's coming.
At the absolute least, you have conspiracy level charges on them, and that's at the absolute.
They have lying to
least.
investigators too.
Right. That's
right now,
the absolute
everything.
Least.
Where'd you go, Huntress?
My internet went out again. I don't know what's going on with it.
It's good now.
Playing musical chairs for a minute, huh?
It's been 2 years.
2 years and they haven't been cleared.
I hate that so much.
When have they come out and said stop sending us tips about Dawn and Candace because they're clear?
Such a it's such a asinine thing to say. I mean, Mark Redwine, it took 8 years he killed his kid in his living room, buried him 10 miles up in the hills, and they were putting together a case for 8 years. He wasn't a person of interest until after 3 years. He wasn't a suspect until like right after that, 3.5 years. And then it took them another 5 to indict him. And there was just a lot of complications, and so I think it was 8 years. Then he just was convicted not that long ago. I think like a year and a half, 2 years ago. This happened back in like 2013. And he did the same crap that Dawn and Candace did. He didn't go to the vigils. He would go on YouTube. He'd go on local podcasts, talk shit. He went on Dr. Phil, refused a lie detector. And then if the Wells were going to slip up.
Respectfully, he has slipped up. Dawn has a lot. A lot.
Marie, I don't really need advice from you about insanity.
Marie, all disrespect, but no disrespect meant it.
No, all disrespect.
Yes, I'm getting tired, guys. I'm getting tired. I apologize. No disrespect meant, but you're really barking off the wrong tree. And I'm not trying to pick a fight with you or not, but the 3 guys up here, Josh, Trevor, and myself, if you go to our channels and you look at the content we put out, it is 100% about Summer Wells. And in order to talk about Summer Wells, you have to talk about the parents.
Of course.
Okay?
They were the ones in charge of her.
Exactly.
Candace was the last to see her.
You really are, and again, I mean no disrespect, but you're barking up the wrong tree with that. With the 3 of us setting up on Dumpling's panel.
He means disrespect.
Why was I? Me? Or why was I left out?
All disrespect.
Well, because you don't cover the.
You don't have a channel.
Brooks, I just don't know you.
Okay? Sorry.
Yeah, I was just sitting here and look pretty.
Garth is he's in class. He's learning.
How's your hair look?
Like shit.
Bad.
Josh.
Well, he's been traveling, so he probably looks fried, I'm sure.
Oh.
How you look, Garth? Turn your camera.
Let's see.
Oh, you look fine. You look like Bruce Willis in Lethal Weapon 6.
That's what I was going for.
That one was never produced fully. It was just kind of put on the back burner.
Well, you know what? You always need a producer, right?
You do look nice. Yeah, absolutely.
Hey, P.E. Allen girl.
Speaking of producers, what do you got going on this week? What you got going on this week, Josh?
Well, hopefully we're doing Hanson on Thursday.
Woo!
I don't have a lot of faith in him.
Oh no.
No,
You
I
got more
do.
faith
I
in
think
me
it's gonna.
than
I think
him.
it's gonna happen. But I don't have a lot of faith in him and his manager.
You're telling me.
Yeah. So yes, I do think it's gonna happen. For some reason, when we get to the 11th hour, sometimes it's a little rough with them. That's why you were getting raked over the coals. They're like, Gert's full of it. And you're like, well, not really. Because like Animal said too, like I've seen all the emails. I've been involved in the whole thing. We were ready to go. And then the guy just literally is like, oh, wait, I have something to do tomorrow. And you're like, yeah, oh my God, really? After you said, yeah, come on, bro.
Marie, you're allowed to disagree with us. It's okay. It's just we disagree.
Wow. So if a viewer disagrees, it's not that you're disagreeing. You're matter of facting, and that's not disagreeing.
Yeah, everyone has
we
their
were
own opinion. We have people in here that support Dawn and Candace. I don't care what your opinion is. We're just stating our opinions back.
And I must have her blocked because I can't see her in the chat. So there's probably a reason.
No, it's not that you don't care what her opinion is. You accept her opinion. We just all have different opinions.
You must have her blocked because
I don't care what she thinks.
Not like you.
Can you guys teach me how to see the chat while you're in the live?
Do you feel better, Marie?
Oh, stop being mean to Josh, Marie. Come on.
She's got to be a fan of some other.
No, we're not being rude to you, Marie. Please don't think we're being rude. It's just you were telling your opinions as facts. And no one has facts.
You were telling us move on.
She's
That's
the one
not
who
rude.
announced that they didn't commit a crime. She said
Right.
there was no crime committed.
Like, it's okay. Don't.
That's not rude.
We're sitting here telling you that at the absolute least, that when charges do come down, they're going to have conspiracy type charges of whatever it is come out.
I'm guessing she's a fan of the glare.
Ooh.
Don't get him with me, Josh.
That's
Could
my
also be
suspicion.
white boy.
It's one or the other. That's my suspicion.
The white boy glazed donut.
Yeah, that's right. No one has evidence. No one knows any facts.
Did I say I had evidence?
Yeah,
yes, you claimed.
Marie, have I ever said, yeah, here's all this evidence. Check it out. No.
He's actually just keeping it for a rainy
It's
day.
like insane to think that. When have I ever said I had evidence?
I don't think she's a fan of you. That's all.
I don't care.
What we're saying is, if you go back and listen to what we've said on our channel,
I'm not a fan of her.
We have said that, and I've heard it from Josh. I've heard it from Trev. I've said it myself. That we believe that TBI and Hawkins County has enough evidence that there's going to be some kind of charge coming against the Wells. We don't know what the evidence is.
Oh,
they're not going to tell us what the evidence is. That's going to be left for court.
Well, there you have it, right there, folks.
Yeah,
I can call it a mile away.
And I hit.
And by the way,
dots.
I am not jealous of a chain smoking 55-year-old loser.
Hey, get him with empathy. Get him with
Good
empathy.
morning, Pac-Man. I'm jealous of that there. I want some tight shirts.
Well, you can make that.
Yeah, when you wear the same shirts you wore in middle school, maybe this is what's going to happen.
Right.
Dude, I got some tight shirts.
You're jealous of the glare, really? I outdo the glare even on backup channels. And I don't even talk about true crime.
Hey, what's it mean when Huntress says Brooks hit the 3 dots and Ren hit chat? I don't know what that means.
Just tell you to hit the 3 dots where it says more, and then hit comments, and then you'll have the chat, like the YouTube chat up.
Oh.
Yeah, I was trying not to interrupt, but I was trying to help you.
Okay. I thought it was an attack, honestly.
Did you figure it out so you could see chat?
Kurt, you're a rude person, you know that?
Marie.
I am ruthless.
If I was going to attack you, I'd do it right here where everybody else could see it.
That'd be cool.
Marie's not a fan of me now because she doesn't like you, Josh. It's your fault.
Whatever. What did I mean? What did I do to her that you made me do? What logic is that?
I don't
He
know.
saved you from a troll.
Yes,
I don't
all
understand.
opinions matter, guys. All opinions matter. Just don't be like.
What did you do?
Say
What
your
did you
opinion
what did
is
you do to
fact.
her?
I don't know.
Okay, well there you go.
She
logical.
said I'll let panel be mean to her.
Well, you didn't let me do anything. I just said it.
You guys, these are grown men that we cannot stop them from saying what they're going to say.
No. If a grown
And
man does something, we
your
don't have
first
control.
one. Go back to your first comment. I can't even see your comment, but go back to your first one, and it was you were literally wagging your finger at us, going, "No evidence. Been 2 years. Move on. Blah 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 blah."
But
That's what you did.
She said law enforcement says they didn't commit a crime.
Yeah,
Frankly,
that's what
does
the
not
glare
rule
says right there. She
anyone
believes
out.
it. Insanity's doing the same thing over and over. Yeah, that's your first comment. Good job.
This is the first comment, though.
Okay, well, this
frankly and honestly, the length of time that the three of us have put into covering Summer Wells, and the amount of emotion and compassion and energy that we put into covering her. Yes, granted, all three of us have backed off some lately, but we still consistently, when we go live, are talking about Summer Wells.
And hey, I quizzed you guys as just a normal human being that knew nothing about it tonight, and you guys were also good at it. I think you all have a great point. Like it just is what it is.
I mean, to be honest with you, I wish I had never, ever
met
that.
I want to say real quick that that's what bothered me, Marie, is that you came in acting like you were angry and stating as a fact they will not be convicted when we're not talking any facts right now. That's all.
Yeah, and saying I have a book of evidence. I'm telling people I have evidence.
Yeah, the amount of time that the three of us individually have put into covering Summer Wells is insane, and the research that we've had to do, and it's just I cannot, and I don't believe that the length of time that I've spent on this, her being missing, is a waste, because I know personally the way I feel about it is that any child that has gone missing, and the amount of time that I've devoted to putting out information about and going to the lengths of to find information that I've done. Summer Wells is extremely important, and to me, it's I don't consider it to be a waste of time at any, and I don't want to come across that way, but the statement that she was making, it was basically, to me, an insult to me, and that's why I said to her,
it was.
That's why I said to her, she's barking up the wrong tree.
She came in here with a panel of people talking about a case that she's so sure about, and she's telling us what we should and shouldn't think, or what law enforcement's thinking. And she said that I don't have any evidence, and yeah, it's all written down on a napkin. Don't worry, I'm turning it in next week. All of it. You know, it's just a dumb thing, like, to criticize people about. Like, you don't have to be here.
Any and every single missing kid deserves to have the amount of time that the three of us have spent cumulatively devoting time to talk about the kid, about a missing kid in the way we have.
Mm-hmm.
Because we have done more fighting for her than the parents and all these drama channels that say that they are about Summer Wells.
Garth left us
Probably fell asleep.
in his chair in the garage.
Yeah.
Sorry, I took a while to get my point out there.
No, RJ, you're exactly right, dude. You're exactly right. And, you know, like I said, she can feel how she wants to feel. She feels that there's no evidence, and she has that right. Matter of fact, go back and watch my last show. I am so incredibly fair. It sucks sometimes because, and I've kind of toned it down where I'm like, you know, but I'm like, well, this kind of looks like crap, but then I can see this and then I can see that. And I hate it. Your panel is rude.
Tell them, Josh.
Put that up there. I want to read it.
What? Which one?
Marie the
Her timeout's over.
The Mana. Marie the Mana.
Can you see her now?
No, I can just see. I can see her in the StreamYard chat. Unfortunately,
wait.
I didn't.
Wait, girl. Oh, you're funny.
I didn't say anything against you, Dumpling. I said insanity because he called me insane. Yeah, well, that's true. I did say I was just kind of joking, but yeah, you're right. Okay, I'm sorry for that. I did say, speaking of insane, does any look what's on the screen? I did say that. That was just me being a smart.
Oh, Griff cracked me up. He looked really mad backstage, like I didn't.
I get it now. I understand. But still, your initial comment was
you
and she lost it. And she lost it. The laugh has done nothing to help.
Hey, I think all you guys have done great work.
No, do you know how much time the labs put into this?
I do. Yeah.
Shoot, the labs, Trev, RJ, they've all put a ton.
Okay, so I can't let my panel be rude to you, but I can let you sit there and be rude to my panel guest.
She's just a glare lover. That's all it is. And it's creepy.
I mean, holistically, you guys are all doing very good work. But
the Glare said this, and the Glare said that. You're jealous. I'm jealous of the Glare. The Glare had Don Wells on the other night, and 400 people watched. Typically I'm getting 1,300, 1,000 and I don't have anybody on. People actually want to hear what I have to say about the case. Say what you want. Do I know why? Not really. Maybe because I think logically, maybe because I do give benefits of the doubt and try to be as fair as possible. And you can go ask Don too. Don would say, yeah, you're probably the most fair one that's out there. I still don't like you.
Marie,
that's fine.
That's
Marie,
tell you something.
I'm going to say this real quick, Marie. You're barking up the wrong tree. I'm the small fry of this panel. I have just 800 subscribers.
Why is that?
I don't know. I'm not consistent, to be honest. Okay. I only go on live only like twice a week. At the most.
Here, he'll block them all.
Okay. I do not consider, because of the quality of what I put out there, even though I go only live twice a week at the most, I'm not even jealous of the Glare. I don't care what the Glare does.
Yeah, I don't either.
He's a puff piece.
No, the lab is amazing. I was saying
that's
the
true.
lab. I was saying the lab, not the other person. With the baby
here's the thing.
Baby.
With the baby shirts.
I don't want you guys to take side fire because of me.
No, you're good.
No, but Josh, you wouldn't be up here if we didn't respect you.
Yeah, look, there are people that dislike me for whatever reason. It doesn't matter. But like, I can tell who is who by the way that they argue. Like I've heard all these arguments before, and the no evidence one comes from that side. But because apparently people acting like complete lunatic assholes when it comes to their daughter going missing is not. By the way, check this out. Not how many kids between all of them? Can somebody give me an official number on that?
8.
Okay, so 8 of them are 8 children. They didn't keep 7. One's missing. It would be asinine to think that the parents had anything to do with the 8th child going missing. I just couldn't for the life of me wonder, wow, who could possibly have information as to where the child went? I don't know. Maybe it's the people that lost 7, and one of them allegedly is lost. She's not lost, by the way. They didn't lose her. You don't look for something when you know where it is.
Exactly why they're not doing anything to help find this baby, because they know exactly where it is.
And I'm just going to, even if they didn't have anything to do with Summer's disappearance, I'm going to criticize the way that they've looked for her.
Yes. Okay. Exactly. We wouldn't know half the stuff we do know if it wasn't for Chris and the laugh.
And you guys got to understand, I somewhat feel a little responsible for all this BS going on again, because I leaked a phone conversation that wasn't mine, but it was about Don again, talking about things that he probably should have been talking about. That, remember the black powder gun, the what was it, the safe, and the, you know, all that kind of stuff. And because people were like, well, you know, they're doing, and I was like, look, listen, Don just said the other day, and so I played this tape, right? And Don and Candace hadn't been around much, and then all of a sudden Don hit me with that phone call like 4 months ago. Do you remember that phone call where him and I were?
Speaking of the one where he admitted to that TBI was suspicious of.
No, well, it was the one where he was talking about his stepsisters.
Oh, okay.
And then I confronted him about that again. And I mean, it was a nightmare for me. When I say this, because then all those clip channels, I was on their radar right away. Look at Josh, because then McDonough came up and was like, Don, you're lying again, because we caught him in a lie about, you know, how many victims he was talking about. And he was like, there's only 2 victim statements. We're like, there was 3. And then he goes, well, the third one didn't make any sense. I'm like, you're an idiot. So then they're like, I baited him into it. Then I had McDonough on standby. I did the whole thing purposely. I certainly didn't. And I didn't have McDonough on standby at all. I didn't know Don was going to. But when he came up, I mean, he was a lunatic to me. I mean, absolute psycho. Just, he was screaming at me, saying he wanted to like beat me up and all this thing. And it seems like ever since then, he's just, and then he started going and taking dumps on panels again. And like, it seemed like it was just downhill for him again. And I'm not saying like I'm the reason that he did that, but what I am saying is I never stopped covering Summer. I've never stopped, even when there was nothing going on, meaning like Don was just in jail and there was, I still didn't stop covering Summer. And until it's over, I'm not going to, but like I said, I'm never doing another child case again.
By the way, I don't know if y'all heard, one of those 8 kids was taken before they even left the hospital.
That's pretty impressive in the worst possible way. Anyway, I got to go to bed. Sorry for pissing your people off.
You're good. I do that on my own too.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm sure there'll be a post about it. All right. See ya.
Good night.
See you later.
See you, Josh. Yeah, but I mean, those like he was saying, the whole like blame the creator, blame the person for anything that Don or Candace does. It's not always going to go that way. There's that whole enabler club that'll tell them that everything they've done is not their fault. I mean, people came around and told me that the phone call that Don had with me that's been out was my fault. I think he said I was my fault that he said that.
Yeah, of course. Of course it's your fault. Why wouldn't it be your fault? Why would it be Don's fault? Wait, a phone call with Don? He said they're saying that it's your fault that Don said something that he said?
Yeah, like they're saying like I baited him in and now that you can hear on the phone that I didn't even say anything. I answered and he just started screaming at me. I mean, you can hear the whole call, but it's funny.
Oh, right, because that's always the answer. When someone freaks out and goes crazy, it's not because of their character. It's because you made them do that.
He checked all his boxes, too. He called me the N-word. He said he was going to kill me. I mean, he did it all in one call. It's pretty impressive.
God.
Goodness gracious, that boy. I'm telling y'all. All right, I guess we'll shut it down, y'all, unless y'all have something to add. My brain stopped working.
Yeah, no, I'm there as well. Have a good night, everybody. Appreciate you listening.
Thank you for
coming.
I was supposed to be up in the
RJ.
morning for a doctor's appointment. Maybe I should have gone to sleep.
Oh gosh, Trevor, yes, go to sleep.
Josh, it was a pleasure talking to you.
Thank you guys for having me on. See you next time.
Good night, Gert.
See you guys.
See y'all later.
Good night, Garth.
Bye.
Bye.
Good night.
Bye.
I love that call. It was a Dawn all-timer. Oh, with Trevor.
We've only been on almost 4.5 hours.
I know. Good
I
night,
think this is the
Casper.
longest one we've done.
Yes, we did good. But then my brain stopped working.
And I'm
How
still
dare
wide
you
awake
think that
because I
Trevor-
slept till 3.
That makes me angry. Well, we're gonna have a phone call. Remember? Phone call.
I know, and Trevor's like one of the sweetest people.
I know. Why do they always go for the sweetest people? Good night, Justice Jane and Lindley. Thank you all for joining us. If you haven't subscribed, please do. Hit the like button. See you later. So see you later. I haven't seen them all night. It's 4 a.m. It's 3 a.m. for us, but what ifs? It was a good life. Hope we hear something for summer. 2 years. Yes, June 15th will be 2 years, guys. Good night, Pink.
I'm hoping we hear something by the end of the week with the grand jury being Thursday.
Sometimes when it's coming up on an anniversary like this, something big will happen.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just praying, y'all. Let's all just pray that that's the case. All right. Well, we'll see y'all tomorrow at some point on these YouTube streets. Thank y'all all for joining. Good night, Regina. Good night, Rocket Queen.
Good night, y'all.
Good night.